Chapter 330. Big sister, it's really you, isn't it? She was so emotional that she looked like she was about to cry. She hugged Shining tightly and even rubbed her chest. I knew I would be able to see you again. What the hell? Lily. Yi Qing, who was suddenly pushed away and almost fell to the ground, frowned and went forward to separate the two. Don't be rude to Master. Lily was stunned, as if she just noticed Yi Qing. Big brother next door, why are you here? Yi Qing pulled his master back with a look of dissatisfaction. I am Master's disciple, of course I'm here. Why are you hugging? What if you hurt yourself? Master. She looked at Yi Qing and then at Shining, with a look of disbelief. She seemed to have figured something out and her face fell. You actually became the disciple of the little sister who saved me. She looked at Yi Qing inexplicably with some hostility. She turned to Shining with tears in her eyes. Big sister, do you still remember me? I am Nyo, the Nyo that you saved back then. You are the reason why I am cultivating immortality. Shining tilted her head, looking confused. I am the granddaughter of Yi Qing's next-door neighbor, Granny Wang. Lily did not give up and continued. Back then, we were almost eaten by the tiger demon. You saved him and me together. I miss you so much, Oh. Shining nodded. Who was Granny Wang? Lily looked excited. I fainted back then, so I didn't have time to talk to big sister. Now I finally see you again. I have always wanted to ask you. She could not help but hold her hand again and said sincerely, Big sister, do you still lack disciples? Yi Qing, Lone Moon, the sect master of Red and Green sect who had just followed, hey, do you want to join another sect in front of your own master? There's no need. Yi Qing's face darkened. He could not help but pull her hand away again and even wiped it on Shinying's hand. He said word by word, my master has no plans to accept any more disciples. Big brother next door, you are too stingy. Let me be your junior sister, I will definitely be very obedient. No need. She was resolute. Humph. It's not like you're the one accepting the disciple. What right do you have to say no? No means no. Look at you, you're just a selfish bully. I still want to acknowledge you as my master. How dare you? Sword chi filled the air. Humph. Are you and I afraid of you? Give it a try. He drew his sword. Lone Moon was speechless as he watched the two of them about to start fighting. They looked at each other as if they were thieves. It was supposed to be Shinying's love rival, but it turned out to be Chef. The world changed too quickly, and he couldn't react in time. On the other hand, the sect leader of the Red and Green faction could not take it anymore. He coughed and said coldly, Lily. What? Lily was furious. She turned around and glared, only to find that the one standing behind her was her master. Instantly, her momentum weakened. Master, you've just won the competition. Why are you messing around again? The other party looked at her disapprovingly with a hint of reproach. Lily looked aggrieved. After thinking for a while, she said excitedly, Master. I found the big sister who saved me back then. Look, it's her. I heard it. The sect leader of the Red and Green faction's mouth twitched. He heard it, and knew that she wanted to join another sect. But due to etiquette, he could only bow. Two supremacies. Lone Moon hurriedly returned the bow. The sect leader of the Red and Green faction then turned to look at Lily. All right, just thank her. This is the sect competition. You can't mess around like this. Follow me back. With that said, without waiting for her reply, he dragged her back awkwardly. Yet, Lily did not give up. As she was being dragged, she did not forget to look at Shining affectionately. "Big sister, when the competition is over, I'll come and find you. You have to wait for me, you have to wait for me. My name is Lily." Lily as in lilies. Seeing that Shining nodded, she was dragged away by her master reluctantly. Chef's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He suddenly had the urge to bring his master back and seal up the invincible peak. He turned to look at his master worriedly, but the other party did not seem to notice and was still calmly nibbling on the fruit. I Ching's eyes darkened. Seeing that she was going to continue grabbing fruits, he frowned and snatched it over. "Master, you shouldn't eat too many of these spirit fruits. Let's eat pastries." With that said, he kept the fruit on the coffee table beside her and replaced it with a plate of pastries. "Oh." Shining grabbed nothing and turned to look at the pastries. She pinched a piece unhappily and put it into her mouth after a while. The fruit was obviously more delicious. She subconsciously muttered, "You didn't care about it in the past." I Ching's hand suddenly trembled, and he clenched it tightly in his palm. In the past, Sister Lily's sudden appearance made Lone Moon lose patience to watch the competition. As for Shining and I Ching, they were not watching at all. They only vaguely heard that Lu Hong's son seemed to have gotten second place in the Foundation Establishment Group, which was considered a good result. When the Golden Core stage ended, he saw that the winner was actually Jing Qi. Speaking of which, he had not seen this invader for several years. The last time was when he entered the Mystic Realm 3 years ago. He did not expect him to form his core so quickly. And compared to that gloomy time, he looked much better now, as if he could finally hold his head up high, and his whole person was brimming with confidence. But for some reason, the luck and the virtual shadow surrounding him had decreased a lot. He also did not know what happened in the Mystic Realm last time. It was said that he was also a dual cultivator of sword and pill. His sword moves were fast and quick, and he defeated his opponent cleanly, causing an uproar among the sections. Even the Divine Heaven Sect Master, who was not on good terms with Wu Xiang, praised him. The judge was just about to announce that he was the winner of the Golden Core stage and end today's competition. Wait! But he stopped him. Instead, he suddenly took a few steps forward and cupped his fists at the various sect masters on the spectator stand. He said loudly, "In this competition, there are even more powerful Golden Core cultivators who did not participate. This disciple naturally does not dare to take the title of champion." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at I Ching. A trace of resentment flashed across his eyes, but it immediately darkened again. He continued, "I heard that fellow Daoist I Ching of Honesty Sect has excellent swordsmanship. When he was in the Golden Core stage, he broke through the sect's nascent soul stage sword array. Unfortunately, I do not know why he did not participate in the competition today. So I would like to fight with fellow Daoist I Ching." As soon as he finished speaking, the various sect masters all turned to look in I Ching's direction. There was more or less a look of anticipation in their eyes. Originally, they came for the sword array in this competition, but they heard that Honesty Sect had sealed the sword array in advance, so they could not find out more about it. Suddenly, a provocation came out, and the other party was someone who had broken through 10 levels of the sword array. Wasn't it exactly what they wanted? How could it not make him excited? Chapter 331. Divine Heaven Sect Master Dong Wu's face darkened. Others might not know the effect of the sword array, but he was very clear about it. The few cultivators in the sect who were about to break through to soul formation were proof. He wished that other sects didn't know what it was, so that they wouldn't have to steal their spots. He didn't expect a fool to appear in his own sect. "Jing Qi, shut up, don't be rude." He wanted to stop him from continuing. Sure enough, the disciple taught by junior brother Wu Xiang was also a troublemaker. "Sect Master. Jing Qi had no intention of withdrawing. He still stared at Yi Qing and said, "His cultivation is the same as mine. If I don't compete with him, I really don't dare to bear the title of Golden Core." Dongwu was furious, but he couldn't go down and pull him back. Instead, Yi Qing, who had a cold face from beginning to end, took a step forward. Just when everyone thought he would accept this challenge, Yi Qing suddenly said, "Whether you bear the title of Golden Core or not, what does it have to do with me?" Jing Qi, Dongwu, everyone, what he said made so much sense that they couldn't refute him. "You." Jing Qi's face turned red with anger. He suddenly felt like he was being humiliated in public. "Are you looking down on me?" Yi Qing was stunned. He replied, "Why should I look up to you? Who are you? I don't even know you." Jing Qi instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to spit it on Lonman's face. Even the onlookers were a little sympathetic for him. This answer was so reasonable that it made people want to vomit blood. Seeing that Jing Qi looked like he was about to faint from anger, Shining, who had already eaten half a plate of pastries, narrowed her eyes. "Ha!" She suddenly turned her head and said, "Chef, go and try." Yi Qing was stunned, and then nodded. "Yes, master." With that said, his figure flashed, and he was already on the competition stage. With a turn of his hand, a snow-white spirit sword appeared in his hand. Jing Qi's eyes darkened. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He laughed coldly. He finally came down. From the looks of it, he should have formed his core as well. But it didn't matter. Today, he must take revenge for what happened before. The two did not say anything more, and directly fought together. For a moment, the whole place was filled with sword lights. The two of them moved so fast that only their afterimages could be seen from time to time. Everyone released their divine sense one after another, only then did they see the two's movements clearly. Both of their sword techniques were astonishing. Their sword moves were ever-changing. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that their moves were somewhat similar. However, Yi Qing's sword moves seemed to be more exquisite. In the beginning, Jing Qi was still able to fight evenly with him. However, as the fight went on, Jing Qi became more and more exhausted. There were even a few times when he was unable to dodge his opponent's moves and was directly swept by the sword light. If not for the Dharma robes he was wearing, the competition would have been over. The more Jing Qi fought, the more shocked he became. He did not expect Yi Qing's sword technique to be so powerful. Even though he had received the inheritance from the essence converting ball, he still could not defeat him. Was this the sword technique that his master had taught him? The more he thought about it, the more hatred he felt. If it wasn't for him, he would have had the chance to learn such an exquisite sword technique. How could she be accepted as a disciple by that ungrateful old man Wu Xiang? He was indeed his nemesis. If he didn't get rid of him now, he would be an even bigger obstacle to his cultivation in the future. Hardening his heart, he gritted his teeth and dodged his opponent's attack. Seeing that thousands of sword chi were about to hit him, he changed his hand seal. He calmed his heart and pulled out a trace of his consciousness to connect with the essence returning pearl in his arms. In an instant, an endless stream of energy flowed out from the pearl. The spirit chi in his body surged and instantly bounced back the attacking sword chi. It even forced Yi Qing to take 2 steps back. A suppressive force that was even stronger than that of a soul formation cultivator attacked Yi Qing. Thousands of spirit swords appeared and attacked Yi Qing. Every sword seemed to be alive. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning even appeared on the swords. Yi Qing dodged but did not have time to dodge. In an instant, his body was cut by many wounds. Especially that special suppressive force, it made it even more difficult for him to move. He could not even move a step. 5 elemental lightning fire array. As there was an isolation array around the spectator stand, the crowd did not feel that suppressive force. But they recognized that array. Their eyes were filled with surprise. That was an array that even nascent soul cultivators might not be able to master. Jing Qi could actually summon it and control it so freely. This kind of talent could be considered one of a kind in the three azure realms. I Ching could only surround himself with sword qi to block the omnipresent spirit swords. But the suppressive force was even more severe. He felt suffocated and a sweet taste of blood welled up in his mouth. He knelt down on one knee. He did not expect the other party to have this kind of strength. But this array, a trace of doubt flashed across his mind. Suddenly, he heard an ear-piercing sound behind him. Reflexively, he turned around to block it. With a crisp clang, a faint trace of gray gas flashed past his eyes. This is demonic qi. I Ching was shocked. Before he could think clearly, he suddenly heard Jing Qi's voice. Humph. I did not expect you to be able to dodge it. But you won't be able to hold on for much longer. In the next moment, more and more of that strange aura attacked him from all directions. It carried with it a murderous aura that could not be ignored. I Ching's face darkened. He forced himself to stand up under that shocking pressure. Relying on his perception of the aura, he began to block the invisible but omnipresent aura. You're still stubbornly holding on. Jing Qi's voice became colder and colder. There was even some anger in it. Let's see how long you can hold on. With that said, the person who was originally still holding on to the array suddenly took up his sword and walked in his direction. His face was full of the pride of a victor. I Ching, from the first time I saw you, I knew that you were my biggest obstacle. You think so too, right? What? Obstacles must be eliminated. No one will know that I killed you. They will only think it was an accident. His sword was placed directly on his neck. Only when you are dead can my path to immortality be smooth. So who exactly was this person? After today, I will be the strongest golden core sword cultivator in the three azure realms. In the future, I will naturally become the strongest sword immortal. Sword immortal. As for that master of yours who is proficient in swordsmanship, I will take over for you. He suddenly smiled. Master. I Ching's eyes suddenly turned cold. A faint cold aura emanated from his body. What did you say? I think she will be happy to accept an outstanding disciple like me. The more he spoke, the more pleased he became. His attacks became more and more concentrated. As long as you are dead, shut up. Before he finished speaking, I Ching, who had not yet had the strength to resist, suddenly exploded with a huge amount of sword qi. It surged out like a tsunami. It directly repelled the surrounding spirit swords and that special aura, as well as Jing Qi, directly. Chapter 332. What? Before Jing Qi could even react, his entire body smashed into the ground with a bang. The surrounding array formation instantly disappeared, and even the elemental transformation pearl in his bosom made a cracking sound as a crack appeared. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief, but he only felt a pain in his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, I Ching's huge sword qi shook the ground so much that it cracked inch by inch. The isolation array at the side was also directly broken. However, the sword qi around his body was still soaring. The surroundings were filled with the sound of sword light. The white sword qi surrounded him and slowly took shape. In less than a moment, it had formed a huge white dragon. The huge dragon that was like an illusion let out a dragon roar. In an instant, not only Jing Qi, but everyone on the stand heard a buzz in their ears, and they all took a breath. This is sword intent. They had never seen such a strong sword intent, like like a real dragon. Everyone was shocked. Was the other party really just a golden core cultivator? I Ching just looked straight at Jing Qi, who was spitting out blood. His eyes seemed to be burning with a fire that could destroy everything. He said word by word, "Stay away from my master, little b*tch." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge dragon formed by the sword Qi behind him opened its mouth and rushed towards the other party. Jing Qi's eyes bulged, and the fear of death hit him. He remembered all the sword techniques and spells and screamed, "Help! Help me! Holy shit, I Ching!" Lone Moon was shocked. Why did he suddenly get angry? If this sword intent kept smashing down, the invader would not even be left with ashes, not to mention alive. He could not die now. Anxious, he flew directly to the center of the field. He was just about to stop it, but someone beat him to it. "Chef!" Shining suddenly appeared by his side and called out. The person who was still in a rage just now trembled, and even the huge sword Qi dragon that was rushing over stopped abruptly, stopping less than a finger's distance from Jing Qi. The realistic dragon whiskers swept across the other party's face, drawing 2 bloody lines. As if frightened, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. "Moss, ter." I Ching turned his head. Instantly, the violence in his eyes disappeared. He turned and hugged her. "Master, don't. Ignore the other little bitches, okay?" In the next moment, the sword Qi around his body dissipated, along with the giant dragon, instantly dissipating. His body swayed, as if he had used up all his energy, and his whole body was on top of Shining. "Chef! Chef! He's about to form his nascent soul." Lone Moon glanced at the spirit Qi around Chef and frowned. That was why he was against Chef participating in the competition. Bring him back to Invincible Peak. He helped Chef up with one hand and Shining with the other. He looked up at Lu Hong and said, "Sect Master, I'll leave the rest to you." With that, he flew towards Invincible Peak on his sword. Lu Hong still hadn't recovered from the shocking sword Qi just now. He only nodded his head after the others left. "Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Did Supremacy Lone Moon just say, nascent soul formation? I Ching." Therefore, the sword Qi just now was his epiphany. A nascent soul cultivator less than 20 years old. All the sects present thought of this, and for a moment, the whole place was silent. No one remembered the fainted Jing Qi. Once Lone Moon returned to Invincible Peak and put I Ching on a flat ground, he hurriedly set up several lightning-attracting arrays. Golden core cultivators were still fine, but nascent soul cultivators were different. If he didn't make some noise, no one would believe that he was forming his nascent soul. "Father Nyo, what are you doing?" Shining looked at Father Nyo, who was running around in circles, looking confused. "Of course I'm setting up lightning-attracting arrays." Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. Even a blind man could see that his sword Qi just now didn't belong to a golden core cultivator. Therefore, we can only let him form his nascent soul as soon as possible. He knew the tricks of the immortal cultivation world the best. If I Ching had always been a golden core cultivator, that kind of sword Qi would inevitably cause people to guess where it came from. They would definitely find out more. They weren't afraid of it, but they would definitely implicate Honesty Sect. They were here to take the blame anyway, and they couldn't let others take the blame. "Oh." Shining nodded, took a bite of fruit and said, "Does it have to be red lightning?" "Red?" Lone Moon was stunned. "What red lightning? How could there be red lightning tribulation? Like that?" She pointed to the sky. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked up and saw that the sky was suddenly filled with huge thunderclouds, and red flashes of light flashed between the clouds from time to time. Holy shit! He was shocked. Why is there a lightning tribulation? Are you saying that with his cultivation, he just needs to go through the process? I don't know. Shining tilted her head. Maybe it's different this time. Different? Lone Moon was stunned. Speaking of which, the sword intent that Chef released just now was indeed different from before. In the past, his sword intent was a huge golden sword, which was cultivated by Shining after she tricked him into saying that he could defeat 10 with his strength. But what appeared just now was in the shape of a huge dragon, which looked quite like Chef's true form of the dragon race. Could it be that this was the reason why he attracted the lightning tribulation? But no matter what, there shouldn't be a red lightning tribulation. It wasn't like he had never formed a nascent soul before, and he had experienced many lightning tribulations, but he had never seen anything like this. Red lightning could only be, his face paled, and his eyes widened. He looked in Chef's direction in disbelief. Red lightning tribulation, he had only seen it in the demon realm. Why would Chef attract demonic lightning? His heart sank. He took a closer look at Chef's body. Indeed, he could see a faint trace of demonic chi. Chef didn't look right either. In the past, when he advanced, he would wake up after a nap. But now, he looked like he was in extreme pain. His forehead was covered in sweat and his eyes were tightly shut. It was as if he was fighting with something. This was a mental demon tribulation. Holy shit, Chef actually attracted a mental demon tribulation. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have a mental demon? Among the three of them, the one with the purest mind was Chef. He was the kind that had a clear path to the end. By right, anyone could have a mental demon, except I Ching. Why did he get a mental demon when he came back to do a simple instance again? What's going on? Do you know what his mental demon is? Shen Ying's eyes narrowed, as if thinking of something. After a while, she said, "Let's wait and see." The first lightning tribulation had already struck down, directly hitting Chef's body. He was originally in extreme pain, but now he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became even uglier. As the lightning tribulation fell one after another, his expression became more and more painful. His skin and flesh were already torn, and his breathing was already very weak. Chapter 333. No, if this goes on, Chef won't be able to get through the mental demon tribulation. They had only struck 50-odd lightning bolts, there were still 30 more to go. Oh. Shen Ying's expression darkened. Then let's pause for a while. With that said, she suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers in the air. In an instant, as if someone had pressed the pause button, the white lightning that struck down stopped right above Chef's head. It was as if a bright red lamp post had lit up in the sky, spanning between the heavens and the earth. Really? Teletubbies. Lone Moon. This is freaking possible. Shining walked directly towards the person who was going through the tribulation. She glanced at his charred body and his pained expression. Sighing, she squatted beside him and reached out to poke the person in front of her. Chef. I Ching's expression became even uglier. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Instantly, a pair of red eyes stared straight at her. His entire being seemed to be trapped in the mental demon, and for the first time, the way he looked at her actually had some hostility. Master. His eyes widened, and there was a hint of questioning in his voice. Who exactly am I? Who exactly do you think I am? Shining paused, a strange look flashed across her eyes. Chef dash, I'm not your chef. He suddenly roared, as if all the emotions that he had been suppressing for a long time exploded. I'm not Chef, I'm not I Ching. I don't know your past. Master. Master, why do you always treat me as someone else? Be it you or Lone Moon. What exactly do you think of me? I really want to try my best to do everything well. I really try my best. Can you look at me? Don't look at others through me, alright? Master. You took me in as your disciple, is it because I am me? Or because I am him? Am I just a shadow of him that you miss? But, what if I'm not him? If you're mistaken. But you are. I'm not. He roared even louder, the emotions in his eyes becoming more and more crazed. I'm not. I don't want to be someone else's substitute, I don't want you to look at him through me. I just want you to look at me, only me. Master is my. Before he could finish speaking, Shining suddenly slapped him on the top of his head, causing him to lower his head. He seemed to be unable to react for a moment. He looked up in confusion, and even the crazed expression on his face seemed to be stuck. Why are you so spoiled? She must have been led astray by Father Nyo. Moss, I say, is there a hole in your brain? What are you thinking about? Shining scratched her head in frustration. What substitute? There has always been only one chef, be it you in the past or now. The only thing that separates them is you, right? Do you have nothing better to do? Am I playing schizophrenia with myself? Why don't you cook more when you have time? I've never thought about who was better, the past you or the present you. If you want to compete, you should compete with others. Why do you keep tormenting yourself? Also, you can't remember the past, and you're blaming me. But if I wasn't him, you weren't. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed, her expression unhappy. Are you doubting Father Nyo's vision, or me? He faltered and hurriedly shook his head. No, I've never doubted Master. All right. Shining suddenly reached out and touched his head, rubbing it into a bird's nest. So, are you done being spoiled? I Ching was stunned. His eyes were still a little blank, but the red in his eyes faded little by little. The evil aura around him also disappeared without a trace, and he returned to his usual self, as if he had finally thought things through. Hurry up and finish it, I haven't had lunch. Shining added. His eyes slowly regained their firmness, and his expression instantly improved. He cupped his fists and replied in a clear voice, Yes, Master. Oh yes, cook a few more meat dishes. Yes Master, no problem Master. Only then did Shining stand up, turn and walk out of the range of the lightning tribulation. In the next moment, the rumbling thunder sounded again, and the lightning struck down directly on I Ching. But the lightning gradually faded from the original dark red, first to light red, and then instantly returned to white light. His mental demons are gone. Lone Moon looked at the sky, and turned to look at Shining who was walking back. What did you talk to him about just now? Even his mental demons are gone. His bluffing skills had improved. You didn't listen. Shining tilted her head. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that kind of person? Yes. Motherf asterisk cur. The lightning tribulation in the sky became denser and denser, illuminating the surroundings with a bright white light. But it was only the lightning tribulation of nascent soul, after all. Apart from the mental demon tribulation, the rest were nothing compared to the heavenly tribulations in the immortal world. Lone Moon was completely relieved. The two didn't wait long in the same place, and the lightning tribulation was over. But the last lightning tribulation seemed to be especially powerful, and even the flash was several times more than the previous dozens. When that lightning came down, even the defensive array that Lone Moon had set up shook and almost collapsed. Chef in the middle, however, didn't seem to feel anything. Apart from the injuries caused by the mental demons, there were no more injuries on his body. In the next moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky dispersed, and the surroundings began to light up. At the same time, large amounts of spirit chi swarmed over, instantly filling the whole Honesty sect. Especially in Chef's direction, the spirit chi was so thick that it was almost turning into a substance. Even the wounds on his body were recovering rapidly, visible to the naked eye. He walked directly towards the two. Lone Moon didn't know if it was an illusion, but they felt that his gaze was more stable than before. He looked straight in Shen Ying's direction, and something flashed in his eyes. He said firmly, "Master, I'm back." Shen Ying was stunned for a moment, and her eyes narrowed. "Oh. I'm hungry." "Yes, Master." Chef didn't say anything else, but turned and plunged into the kitchen at the side, without stopping at all. He even forgot to restrain the overflowing sword chi beside him. Speaking of which, wasn't the sword chi on his body a bit too thick? Wait. Lone Moon subconsciously looked at his cultivation. Holy shit. How did you form a soul formation? Lone Moon chased him all the way to the kitchen, and looked closely at his body. He really had soul formation cultivation. Wasn't he still forming his nascent soul when the lightning struck? How did he jump a level in the blink of an eye? I Ching looked at the ingredients in his storage bag with a relaxed expression. There's too much spirit chi. Damn, you're rising a bit too fast like this. There shouldn't be any problems, right? Is your body alright? He shook his head as he cut the vegetables. I'm fine. No, you're rising too fast. If there's really a problem, we'll send you down here for nothing. The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more worried he got. Your body has just recovered. What if there's a problem? Oh. I Ching answered casually, and pointed to his side. Father Nyo, give me that plate. Lone Moon handed it over. I'll still look at it carefully for you later. It's best if Shen Ying can also help you look at the data or something. I'll go find Shen Ying. With that said, he turned and walked out of the kitchen. He had just walked 2 steps when his body suddenly stiffened, as if he thought of something. His eyes widened abruptly, and he turned back somewhat mechanically. What did you just call me? For all. Chapter 334. I Ching directly turned around and stuffed 2 plates of freshly cooked food into his hands. Father Nyo, bring these to Master first, it's already an hour late. You. Lone Moon subconsciously took the 2 plates, his eyes widening even more in shock. After a while, he shouted, You remember. Holy shit. No wonder he suddenly became a soul formation, so he recovered. Yes. I Ching nodded. Then why didn't you say it just now? I thought you saw through it. Even Master saw through it. Son of AB*TCH. See through your head, do you have to be the same as Master and disciple? Are you worthy of your father's broken heart? Perhaps because of the last lightning strike, I Ching regained his memory, his cultivation naturally rose back to the divine race, but because of the limitations of his body, he did not return to his previous level. The reason why he was now a soul formation was probably because this was the lower realm, and he had not completely accepted the assistant seal, so he would be restricted by the laws of the lower realm, his cultivation would be suppressed to soul formation. Lone Moon felt that this was considered good news. It seemed like it would not be long before they could return to the immortal world. Just that, what the hell is this? Before Lone Moon could put down the 2 dishes, he saw a shadow appear beside Lazy Ying. It was emitting yin chi all over its body. It really was a ghost. Where did it come from? It came from someone else's body. Shen Ying said casually. What body? Lone Moon stopped halfway, as if thinking of something, his expression changed. The soul of the original owner trapped in the invader's body. Shen Ying took the dishes from his hands, picked up her chopsticks and started eating. So hungry. Lone Moon glanced at the terrified ghost shadow. On closer look, it indeed looked exactly the same as Jing Qi's current body. But it was extremely weak, transparent like a wisp of smoke that would dissipate with a blow. Why is he here? He looked confused. Wasn't he suppressed by Jing Qi, trapped in the body and unable to come out? As Shining ate, she took the time to reply, "Chef's sword aura." Lone Moon paused, thinking of the competition just now. You mean Chef's sword chi directly shook him out? That can't be right. How could the sword chi be repelled? The invaders were only able to suppress it because of their luck. Wait, when they brought Chef back just now, that Jing Qi's luck seemed to be almost gone. Was it because of this, in addition to Chef's sword chi, that the other party lost the suppression of the original soul, and this soul was squeezed out? Don't tell me you knew this would happen, that's why you let Chef fight with them. Before he fought with Chef, he still had a lot of luck on him. After he fought with Chef, there wasn't much left. Even the primitive soul that was suppressed was squeezed out. Shining did not answer. Instead, while she was drinking water, she instructed, "Father Nyo, after we're done eating, go and get Chef's childhood friend." What? Lone Moon glanced at her. Isn't that your new fangirl? She's a lesbian. You really want to develop her into a lesbian? He gave her an expression that said, "How can you face Chef?" "Master, let me go." She did not know when I Ching had walked out of the kitchen and placed the dishes on the table in front of Shining one by one. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. In less than a moment, he appeared in front of them with an excited girl. "Big sister." Lily's eyes lit up. She jumped and was about to pounce on Shining. Chef's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He pulled her back again. Lily immediately glared at I Ching behind her like a fireball. "I'll leave this person to you." Shining suddenly spoke. She pointed at the confused ghost beside her who was starting to lose consciousness. Who? Lily was also shocked. It was as if she just noticed the ghost beside her. Ghost. Ghost. Big sister is so scary. Her little face paled. She turned and wanted to pounce on Shining again. But she was pulled back by the same person. I Ching used his height to grab her collar and throw her out. Humph. Little bitch. If I really let you near Master, I'm not called Chef. Carrot. Shining, what are you doing? Lone Moon looked confused too. Why are you handing him to a little girl? What if he was caught by the invaders again? Ha! Shining tilted her head. Aren't souls managed by Mengpe? Souls are managed by Mengpe, but with her. He stopped mid-sentence. Something suddenly connected in his mind. He turned and glared at the girl beside him. You're Mengpe. Lily stared blankly. What Mang? Just as she was about to ask, the look in her eyes suddenly changed. Her original innocent expression slowly turned into a look of understanding. Even the aura around her instantly changed, as if some seal had suddenly been unlocked. A moment later, he smiled regretfully at the few of them. Sect Master is indeed a manager. Even you managed to recognize it. Her figure changed, and she slowly turned from a lily back into a shorty. She said with a little disappointment, I've clearly sealed my memories. Lone Moon. It's true. Holy shit, you already knew. Lone Moon stared at Shining in disbelief. Then he thought of something and looked at Chef. You knew too. That's right. Both of them nodded. Wasn't it obvious at a glance? Right my ass. He was going crazy. Why did you tell me? Did he still have teammates to love? Would it kill him to squeak? The two of them exchanged a look and said in unison, I thought you knew. What the hell do I know? It would be weird if he knew. Seeing that the person opposite was about to go berserk, Shining suddenly looked up and said, "Father no. Have you never unlocked the assistant authority?" "What assistant?" he faltered. Suddenly, something flashed in front of his eyes. In the next moment, everything in front of him seemed to be different. Especially Lily beside him. A few words suddenly appeared above her head, turbid remnant consciousness. All the information about her appeared in his mind. It was as if he suddenly opened a character introduction. Even the soul beside him had the word Jing Qi. But the information about him was only up to the age of 10. There was nothing after that. Shit. So the manager assistant had this kind of external function. Next time you have any assistant skills, can you *King let me know in advance? He glared at Shining. He was an assistant, not a nanny. Don't mind such details. Get lost. You're *King lazy. Definitely. Wait. He suddenly thought of a problem. He turned to Chef. Shining was a manager. It was not strange that she recognized Mengpe. How did you recognize her? He was not a real assistant yet. I Ching looked at him and answered seriously, because no one can see master at first sight. Lone Moon, Mengpe. Shining. Son of *TCH. She felt like she was stabbed somewhere. Chapter 335. I Ching took a step forward with a natural expression. He raised his hand and pushed the soul that was about to become a wandering spirit towards Mengpe. I'll leave this person to you. Oh. Mengpe recovered and conjured a seal. The soul flashed and turned into a beam of light that flew into Mengpe's hand. After keeping the soul, she looked at Shining with sparkling eyes. Sect Master, don't worry. I will personally send him into samsara. Shining nodded. Go. Sect Master. Mengpe looked at her, her eyes heavy, as if she wanted to say something. Can't I stay a little longer? Before Shining could answer, I Ching took a step forward and said confidently, I didn't prepare your meal. Who said anything about staying food? Mengpe was full of grievances. Seeing that Shining had no intention of keeping her, she could only turn and walk away. The invader's trapped soul is out. Now we just have to chase him back to the plane, right? Lone Moon looked at Shining, his expression saying, if you dare say one more thing that you think he knows, I'll deduct your food expenses. Shining nodded. Then I'll go catch that Chinibu. While the people from Divine Heaven's sect had not left, Lone Moon stood up. As long as he chased the invader out of the plane, this matter would be resolved. He was just about to turn when suddenly a bell rang from the horizon. The bell rang louder and louder, spreading throughout the 3 azure realms in an instant. It rang 10 times. What was this? Did you hear that? He turned to look at the two. I Ching nodded, also looking confused. What was that? Before he could think, Lu Hong had already flown up hurriedly, his face pale and panicked. His steps were even more disorderly. He looked at Lone Moon anxiously and said, Supremacy, did you hear that? The bell, it's 10 bells, the bell of the Mirage Sea is ringing. What's going on? Lone Moon looked confused. What 10 bells? Speak clearly, what do you mean by 10 bells? It's the Mirage Sea Beast Tide, Supremacy. His face was anxious, even his body was trembling. The bell rang 10 times just now. I think the seal on the Mirage Sea has already been broken. All the sects have already set off to stop it. Lone Moon turned around and saw a large group of people flying out of the sect, heading towards the north. The beast tide has already invaded the 3 azure world. If we don't stop it in time, the entire 3 azure world will cease to exist. I'm sure all the elite disciples of the various sects have already rushed over. Lu Hong said anxiously, I want to ask Venerable One if all of our sect members should set off to the Mirage Sea to stop the beast tide. Beast tide. Since when did such a powerful beast tide appear in the three azure realms that required all the sects to work together to defend against it? Call up all the disciples who have already reached Foundation establishment and set out together. The rest of you stay in the sect. Lone Moon instructed in a low voice. If it really was a beast tide, Chi refinement disciples would also be cannon fodder. All right. Lu Hong nodded and turned to gather the disciples. Let's go, Chef Shining. Lone Moon called out. Oh. Lone Moon had just taken a step when he turned back and pulled a certain foodie up by force, shoving her to his personal driver, Chef, before flying towards the main hall of the main peak. Lu Hong's speed was very fast. It was also possible that everyone had heard the bell. When they arrived, all the disciples of the sect above the Foundation establishment stage were already in front of the main hall square. Seeing that they had passed, Lu Hong did not say much and shouted for them to set off. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone towards the north. Along the way, Lone Moon asked about the situation of the beast tide. It turned out that every 100 years in the three azure realms, a beast tide would be triggered above the Mirage Sea in the far north. The beasts in the Mirage Sea would take the opportunity to go ashore and attack the people of the three azure realms. Moreover, there were many beasts from the Mirage Sea. Every time, tens of thousands of beasts would attack, and most of them were around the 7th level, and some were even above the 10th level. In the past, there was an ancient array left behind at the border of the Mirage Sea. This array formed a barrier and directly blocked the beasts outside. In the past, all the sects gathered at the Mirage Sea, saying that it was to repel the beast tide, but in reality, it was just to exterminate some of the escaped beasts that rushed into the barrier. In the past few hundred years, the power of the ancient array has become weaker and weaker. Often, there would be a beast tide attack before the 100-year period ends. The number of beasts that rushed in also increased. Lu Hong sighed as he flew. This time, the bell suddenly rang. It seems that the ancient array could not hold on any longer and the beast tide rushed in. I don't know if the three azure realms can survive this. His face was full of worry, even the disciples behind him had the same expression, but no one retreated. They rushed towards the north desperately, as if they knew that there was no other way. Lone Moon frowned. He had an impression of the Mirage Sea. He remembered that the Yi family of the 4 big families guarded the border of the Mirage Sea. At that time, Baizé guarded the Yi family to prevent those beasts from climbing ashore. And the Black Dragon in the Divine World, when it was still a green dragon, led the beast tide to fight against Baizé once. Afterwards, Shining forced it to acknowledge the Yi family as its master, and it guarded the Mirage Sea for many years. After that, the Black Dragon ascended to become a dragon. Who would have thought that after so many years, the beasts in the Mirage Sea had become so rampant? Lone Moon vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint it. We're here. Lu Hong suddenly stopped. Indeed, they could already see the disciples of various sects fighting with the beasts below. They were all in groups of 3 to 5. Fighting 1 or 2 beasts. They all looked to be at the 4th or 5th level. Foundation establishment disciples, go down and help. Golden Core disciples, follow me and continue forward. Lu Hong gave a very familiar command, and continued flying forward. The further they flew, the more beasts there were on the ground, and the more cultivators there were. There were also cultivators who rushed over at the last minute. There were figures of cultivators fighting with the beasts everywhere. Some were dressed in the uniforms of various sects, some were probably itinerant cultivators, and what was more surprising was that there was a person with a faint evil aura around him. That is, a fiendish cultivator. Lone Moon was shocked, and somewhat did not dare to believe his eyes. That is a disciple of the Hidden Fiend sect. Lu Hong took a moment to look at that Golden Core fiendish cultivator, and while commanding the Golden Core disciples to stop here to deal with the obviously many times more beasts than before, he answered with a natural expression. Fiendish cultivators will also come to deal with the beast tide. Lone Moon subconsciously blurted out. Aren't you afraid that he has a guilty conscience, and has other supremacy? Lone Moon. Lu Hong suddenly opened his mouth, and for the first time, retorted with disapproval and disbelief. You can't say that. Ha! Fiendish cultivators and our immortal sects only have different cultivation methods. We are all the same cultivators, naturally there is no difference between us, he said with a serious expression. Moreover, now that we are facing a great enemy, we should be united. Was the relationship between immortal sects and fiendish cultivators so harmonious now? Supremacy, please do not say such things, they are all good and proper fiendish cultivators. Chapter 336. Lone Moon frowned. The world was changing so fast. Fiendish cultivators were already trustworthy companions. Somehow, he thought of roasted chicken gal. Sigh. Indeed, there was nothing that time couldn't change. It's my fault. He apologized hurriedly. Looking at the beasts that were getting denser and denser, he said to the two nascent soul cultivators who were left in the sky, you two stay here to stop the beast tide. We'll go ahead and take a look. All right. Lu Hong nodded. He also understood that if they continued forward, those beasts wouldn't be something they could handle. He turned to look at Yi Qing, who had just ascended to nascent soul. Then he's with us. Lone Moon said, don't worry. He can definitely handle it. Lu Hong was stunned, but he did not ask further. He cupped his fists and said with a resolute expression, please take care of yourselves, supremacies. With that said, he looked at the two of them again, and then flew down towards the herd of beasts below. Lone Moon and the other two then continued flying forward. But the further they flew, the more shocked they were by the scene in front of them. There were dense beasts everywhere in front of them. The number was like a tide that kept coming. They could only see a black mass. He had never seen so many demon beasts before. How can there be so many demon beasts? And their cultivation levels weren't low. He could already faintly hear the sound of fighting in front of him. He scanned with his divine perception and found that they were all soul formation cultivators. There were dozens of them in total. They blocked the front and focused on attacking the high-level demon beasts to avoid hurting the disciples behind them. It seemed that this beast tide had indeed invaded many times. All the sects didn't even need to discuss to know where they should fight. Lone Moon turned his hand, and the flute instantly turned into a spirit sword. He gave Shining and Chef a look, and directly flew towards the dozen soul formation cultivators in front of them. Those people looked quite familiar. They were the disciples who went to Honesty Sect to participate in the competition. They should have rushed over the moment they heard the bell. Lone Moon instantly turned into a rain of swords, attacking the few 12th level demon beasts in front of them. He was originally an emperor. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, the demon beasts of the lower realm naturally couldn't stop the spirit swords that he turned into. The swords pierced through their bodies, and the demon beasts immediately fell to the ground. Supremacy. Lone Moon. Dong Wu, who was about to battle ahead, was delighted. You're here. Lone Moon nodded in greeting, and rushed over with Chef. In an instant, the few of them who were still having a hard time felt much more relaxed. The demon beasts also fell in droves, and sharp sword chi was everywhere. All the soul formation cultivators were stunned. They could only sigh. Sword cultivators were indeed different. One of them was more than a few of them. But why did the cultivator with the frightening sword Chi beside Supremacy Lone Moon look a little like the one who fought with Divine Heaven's sect for the top position of Golden Core? They didn't have time to think about it before they threw themselves back into the battle. With the addition of these two people, they managed to push back the oncoming beast horde by a certain distance, pushing them back. However, there were simply too many beasts. When the beasts retreated to the seaside, they did not retreat anymore. Instead, more and more beasts emerged from the sea. There was no end to it. The more Lone Moon fought, the stranger he felt. This scene was not right. Normally, it had always been difficult for beasts to advance, and they weren't like the demon race, who had developed intelligence first. So their numbers had always been small, and they rarely moved in groups. Yet the three Azure realms would welcome a beast tide every 100 years. How could this not be right? He observed the surroundings, but found that there were 4 very prominent pillars standing by the seaside. 2 of them were already broken, and there were faint strange patterns drawn on them. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the beast seemed to be avoiding those pillars intentionally or unintentionally. "What's that?" he asked Dong Wu beside him. "It's the foundation of the ancient array that blocked the beast tide in the past." Dong Wu sighed and replied. "Unfortunately, it has been broken by the beast tide now." "What array is it?" "Perhaps that array could be repaired." "I don't know." Dong Wu shook his head and split a demon beast with a sword. "This array has long been lost. In the last 1,000,000 years, I've never heard of anyone who is proficient in this array." Lone Moon's eyes darkened. "I'll go take a look." With that said, he turned to look at the person behind him and called out, "Chef." In the next moment, the sword in Yi Qing's hand changed. All the sword chi in his body condensed into sword intent, turning into a long sword chi dragon that swept in front of Lone Moon. There was only a dragon's roar, and instantly a path to the array pillar was swept out. Lone Moon flew over directly, and took a closer look at the talisman engraved on the pillar, but found that he didn't understand it at all. "What's this?" He was just about to open up the authority to see if there was an automatic explanation or something. But Yi Qing suddenly said, "It's the dragon trapping array." "What?" "This is the dragon trapping array of the dragon race," Yi Qing said with certainty. "There's such an array in the inheritance of the dragon race." So it was the array of the divine race. Wait. This array, could it be left behind after that long worm turned into a dragon? "Can you set up this array?" Lone Moon asked anxiously. Yes. Yi Qing turned to look at the densely packed sea of beasts that kept surging ashore. "This array cannot be interrupted in the middle of setting up, now, that's easy." Lone Moon's eyes lit up, as long as it could be repaired. "Just set up the array." With that said, he flashed back in front of the people behind, looked up at the right, and said, "Hey, Shining, hurry down and help Chef clear the area." "Ha!" Shining, who was sitting on the tree and swinging her legs, tilted her head, looking lazy. The soul formation cultivators at the side got a fright, huh? Not to mention that there was actually a whole tree here that hadn't been attacked by the beast horde. Who was that person on the tree? When did she come? Why didn't they see her at all? And they subconsciously narrowed their eyes at the fruit cores that were already strewn all over the ground under the tree. How long exactly did this person eat fruits on the tree? "Stop being so long-winded, hurry down." Only then did Shining shake her legs, jump down from the tree, and walk over slowly. So troublesome. She didn't want to move until she was full. "Troublesome my ass, hurry up." Lone Moon hurriedly went forward and dragged her over, while at the same time stuffed the sword in his hand in her hand. "All right, hurry up. I know you're not full, you can have an extra meal for dinner, right?" With that said, he conveniently pushed her towards the densely packed beast horde. "Supremacy Lone Moon, you." All the soul formation cultivators were shocked. That girl didn't look like she had any cultivation. Wasn't he sending her to her death? A few people just wanted to go forward to stop her, but it was already too late. They watched as huge demon beasts climbed up from the sea, opened their mouths and bit towards her. Dongwu even exclaimed out loud, "Miss, Little." Before she finished speaking, she heard the other party sigh, suddenly raised the hand that was holding the sword, and as if playing, waved it in front of her. In an instant, the side of the sword turned into a white line, with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth. With a swoosh, it swept towards the sea. In the blink of an eye, the originally densely packed beast horde on the sea's surface were all cut in half. Even the huge waves that were raised by the demon beasts on the sea's surface also mixed with the beast water and fell down, instantly dyeing the sea's surface red. There was a complete silence. Dongwu, everyone, where were they? What just happened? Chapter 337. I'm so tired. Shining turned and handed the sword to Father Nyo, her shoulders slumped, her face full of sadness. I know. Lone Moon took the sword, turned and took down the storage bag beside him. I just packed it for you, go back to your tree to eat. Shen Ying's eyes lit up. Yes, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. Instantly, she was full of energy, took the bag from him, turned and walked back to that tree. In front of the dozen soul formation supremacies beside her, she hugged the tree trunk and started to climb the tree. Perhaps because she had no experience in climbing trees, she just climbed for a while before slipping down again. She thought of something and decided not to climb at all, sitting directly under the tree, took out delicious dishes from the bag and placed them all on the ground. Then she took the bowl and started to eat crazily. Along the way, he even took the time to glance at the soul formation cultivators who had yet to come back to their senses. She picked up a small piece of pastry beside her and said, "Want some?" Everyone stiffened and shook their heads. "Oh." She answered and continued to eat her food. Everyone, yet Lone Moon on the other side seemed to be long used to it. He turned and shouted at Yi Qing beside the pillar, "Chef, enough. You can start." Ha! All the soul formation cultivators were stunned. Start? Start what? Before they had time to think carefully, in the next moment, a golden array suddenly appeared on the ground, like a carpet, instantly sweeping across the entire coast. One by one golden talisman that they had never seen before lit up. In the next moment, those talismans slowly gathered. In a short while, they formed the shape of 16 light pillars. The ground shook. With a rumbling sound, the 16 pillars rose from the ground and merged with the light pillars. After a quarter of an hour, with a loud dragon roar, a transparent barrier appeared between the 16 newly appeared pillars, rising straight to the sky, directly isolating the entire mirage sea outside. This is... Dongwu and all the soul formation cultivators had a look of disbelief. The array was repaired. No, more accurately, it was a new array that was exactly the same. Lone Moon glanced at the 16 array pillars. He could not help but look at Chef, who had already walked back. Weren't there only 4 before? How did it become 16? The dragon trapping array has 16 array foundations to begin with, Yi Qing replied. The previous array was not complete. Lone Moon nodded. That's right. In any case, it was an array formation of the god race. Even after so many years, how could it be broken by the demonic beasts of the lower beast realm? It was normal for it to be incomplete. Speaking of which, the black dragon was not ranked highly in the dragon clan. Naturally, it could not compare to Yi Qing, who was a mixed-blood dragon and phoenix. Sure enough, cheats were different. Supremacy Lone Moon. The group of soul formation cultivators finally reacted and walked over quickly, their faces filled with excitement. I wonder how this Supremacy is proficient in this illusory sea ancient array. Lone Moon paused and then remembered about I Ching. Before they set off, I Ching suppressed his cultivation to nascent soul, so Lu Hong did not realize that he was already a soul formation cultivator. However, he had just repelled the horde of beasts and set up the formation. Naturally, he could not hide his soul formation cultivation. That's I Ching from the previous competition. Actually, he was originally a soul formation cultivator. It's just that he was seriously injured a few years ago. His meridians were damaged, so his cultivation did not recover. Now that his injuries have healed, he naturally returned to his original cultivation. He deliberately lied about the history of the other party being raised since he was not a member of Honesty sect anyway. Only then did everyone's faces change. On the other side, I Ching directly walked past them and towards Shining. Looking at the person on the ground, he frowned. Master, the ground is too cold, you can't sit for long. With that said, he took out a small round table, and 4 chairs. He pulled the person to the chair and carefully placed the unfinished dishes on the ground one by one onto the table. He even added a few more dishes. Lone Moon, everyone, are you guys here for a picnic? Cough, that. Lone Moon coughed, the corner of his mouth twitching. He tried his best to ignore the master and disciple, and turned to remind them, although the array formation has been set up again, there are still some demonic beasts that have barged in. Let's go back and help. Only then did everyone realize. Yes, there are still demonic beasts. I Ching and I will wait for Shining to finish eating and come over to help. Everyone subconsciously trembled. Suddenly, they thought of the sword that destroyed the entire group of beasts. Their hearts went numb, and they all smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. So they all mounted their swords and flew back to help. As they flew, they couldn't help but turn back to look at Shining, who was still having a picnic, and I Ching, who was busy handing out dishes. Not to mention I Ching, who knew the ancient array. Who was that woman? She clearly didn't look like an ordinary person with no spirit chi. Why did she have such terrifying strength? That sword seemed to be able to split open the sky. Oh yes, what was that woman's name again? This time, Lone Moon waited until Shining had finished her meal and burped loudly before he spoke. You guys can see that there's something wrong with this beast tide, right? I Ching frowned and poured another cup of tea for Shining. He nodded and said, indeed. Ordinary demonic beasts won't attack people easily unless they are disturbed. And so many of them. Yes, the numbers are strange. Lone Moon said in a low voice. Although the aquatic demonic beasts reproduce faster than ordinary demonic beasts. But that beast tide just now, so many demonic beasts, it's simply unimaginable. No matter how big this mirage sea is, it's impossible to raise so many demonic beasts without hundreds of thousands of years. But Lu Hong said that such a beast tide happens once every 100 years. And it seemed to have indirectly promoted the friendly relations between fiendish cultivators and immortal sections. That's right. I Ching nodded and looked at Shining. Master, this beast tide is indeed abnormal. And among the beasts earlier, there were many demonic beasts above the 10th level. By right, demonic beasts above the 10th level can transform and develop spiritual intelligence. But without exception, they all maintained their beast forms and attacked based on instinct, unless they don't have spiritual intelligence at all. Lone Moon finished. That's right. I Ching nodded. Demonic beasts that already had spiritual intelligence, no matter how low it was, would always be able to avoid danger. But that group of demonic beasts, even though they knew that it was a soul formation cultivator who came to stop them, did not have any intention of retreating at all. Anyway, they swarmed over like bees. Even after he and I Ching attacked, those demonic beasts did not seem to realize the danger at all. They did not show any signs of fear. Shining, what do you think? Lone Moon turned to look at Shining. I don't know. Shining shook her head. Perhaps the Mirage Sea had a birth control policy. Speaking of which, along the way, did anyone see that Chinibu? Lone Moon, I Ching. Chapter 338. Only then did the two remember the invader called Jing Qi. Thinking about it carefully, they did not see him along the way. Especially among the Golden Core disciples who were fighting against the demon beasts along the way, there were disciples from various sects who went to participate in the competition, but there was no sign of him. Divine Heaven's sect would not let him stay alone. Lone Moon's heart sank, and without hesitation, he directly made a tracing spell. He had left it on him a long time ago, just to make it easier to find him. But strangely, his tracing spell did not respond. How could this be? His expression changed. Where did he go? It should be. Shining suddenly turned and pointed in the direction of the Mirage Sea. Over there. Mirage Sea. Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look, and their hearts sank. Could it be that this beast tide is related to him? Previously, they were worried about the outbreak of Chef Sword Chi, and did not care about what happened to that Chinibu after the competition. Unexpectedly, after only one day, he caused such a big thing. With his ability, it is impossible to cause such a big beast tide. I Ching shook his head and said, there should be other reasons. Let's go and see. Shining suggested. Only then did the two rise up on their swords, and flew towards the depths of the Mirage Sea. Large pieces of half-beast corpses floated on the surface of the sea. Shen Ying's sword strike might have been too fierce, the three of them flew for a long time before they finally did not see those corpses. But below them appeared a large number of demon beasts, and the number was even more than before, rushing in the direction they came from in groups. Even as if they could not see the floating corpses in the sea at all, they just rushed over blindly, as if controlled by something. This was too strange. I'll go catch one and see. Lone Moon said, and flew down. He raised his hand and set up a trapping array, which turned into a net of spirit chi, and caught an 8th-level demon beast and lifted it up. The few of them stopped on a small island at the side, and then threw this demon beast on the ground. The demon beast seemed to have gone mad, desperately hitting the trapping array around it. Even when it was covered in blood, it did not stop, and its eyes were emitting a strange red light. Lone Moon frowned and struck out with a sword art. The demon fell to the ground instantly. He directly used a wind blade to cut open the belly of this rank 8 beast and carefully scanned it. He even used his divine sense to explore. Suddenly, his eyes widened. This demonic beast actually doesn't have a beast core. How was this possible? Normally, if a demonic beast wanted to cultivate, it would definitely form a beast core in its body. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to gather spiritual energy. This was clearly an 8th-rank demonic beast, so it was impossible for it to not have a beast core. Father Nyo, why don't we try summoning the soul? I Ching suggested. Lone Moon paused. He immediately used a soul-summoning spell. A beam of light shot out from his finger and swept towards the other party. A moment later, a wisp of light smoke floated up from the beast's corpse and dissipated in a short while. It didn't even condense into a shape. This is a remnant soul. Lone Moon exclaimed. I Ching's eyes were filled with shock as well. There was absolutely no problem with Lone Moon's sorcery, which meant that the light smoke just now was the soul of this demonic beast. There was actually only a remnant soul in the body of an 8th-level demonic beast. No. It probably couldn't even be called a remnant soul. No wonder these demonic beasts only rushed towards the shore blindly. They probably didn't have any consciousness at all. They probably didn't even have souls in their bodies. Where did their souls go? Who took them away? Logically speaking, if someone had used soul summoning, it was impossible that they didn't find out. Even Mengpa didn't notice it. Perhaps there wasn't any in the beginning. Shen Ying's eyes darkened. No. Lone Moon paused. But this demonic beast was clearly alive. Why wasn't there any in the beginning? Over there. Shening tilted her head and suddenly pointed to the right side of the sea. There's something interesting. What? Something that doesn't belong to this world. Could there be another intruder? Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look, and their expressions changed. Let's go and take a look. Once again, they mounted their swords and flew in the direction that Shening had pointed out. The closer they got, the more demonic beasts there were. The sea was filled with all kinds of demonic beasts, and their levels were getting higher and higher. Some of them even had the cultivation of earth immortals. But they still maintained the appearance of not taking human form and crazily headed in the direction that they came from. They were almost at the edge of the Mirage Sea. After flying for another 10 minutes, they could faintly see a black island. Looking at the scene on the island, the few of them couldn't help but gasp. There were even more demonic beasts on the island. There were layers and layers of them, and they were crawling towards the sea outside. Compared to the demonic beasts in the sea, these demonic beasts seemed even crazier. But their bodies were all blood red. Many of the scales on their bodies were still wrinkled, as if they had just been born and hadn't fully grown. But once they crawled into the water, they became adult demonic beasts again. It was as if every step they crawled took hundreds of years of growth. The slower they crawled, the higher the level of the demonic beasts when they entered the water. What island is this? Lone Moon suddenly had a bad feeling. He had never seen such a scene before. There's something in the middle of the island. Shening reminded. Lone Moon and I Ching were stunned. The next moment, they directly flew towards the center of the island. From afar, the few of them saw a silver light. They saw that in the middle of the island, there was a pool of 2 to 3 meters wide. The water in the pool was very strange. It was silvery white, like a pool of mercury. And those endless demonic beasts crawled out of the pool. At first, they were very small, but when they reached the shore, they grew with the wind. What is this thing? I Ching was stunned. He released his divine perception to feel carefully, only to find that there was actually no fluctuation of spirit chi in the pool. Apart from the different color, it was just like ordinary pool water. But it could produce so many demonic beasts. This was practically a miracle. Lone Moon sensed the assistant imprint, wanting to see the situation of this pool clearly. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened. This pool doesn't belong to this plane. He saw that the word, invader, suddenly appeared on the pool. How can this be? Lone Moon was stunned. Why is there no alarm this time when this plane is invaded? There was obviously a second grader from before. Maybe it's been here for too long. Shening said. You're saying that this thing was here before you became a manager? Yes. Lone Moon frowned. It was indeed possible. This was not the first time this beast tide had happened. Even when they were still in the lower realm, this Mirage Sea was not very safe. It was only because Baizé was guarding that it did not form a beast tide. In other words, it was very likely that this pool was already here at that time. No matter what, we cannot let this pool continue like this. I Ching directly summoned his spirit sword and said. Yes. Lone Moon nodded. If this goes on, this beast tide will not end. Chapter 339. The two of them flew over. Instantly, the sky was filled with a rain of swords. Lone Moon summoned a sword array and cleared out an empty space around the pool. Only then did the few of them go down. Lone Moon's sword moves were not clear. Those demon beasts that had just climbed out of the pool were immediately cut into pieces. I'm going to destroy that pool. I Ching flew up to the top of the pool and activated his sword intent. In an instant, it turned into a huge dragon and flew straight down into the pool. Just as it was about to enter the pool, the surface of the water suddenly emitted a white light. It directly sucked the entire dragon formed from sword chi into it. The pool was completely undamaged. There was not even a ripple. I Ching was stunned. Before he could react, the next moment, a dragon's roar sounded. The sword dragon that he had just released suddenly rushed out of the pool and headed straight in his direction. I Ching was shocked. He hurriedly dodged. The sword dragon rushed up into the sky. This pool could actually reflect his sword chi. Be careful. Before he could think carefully, Lone Moon suddenly shouted at him. Only then did he realize that several arrays had suddenly appeared in the air. The array was very strange. He had never seen such an array before. Especially the characters on it. They did not look like the characters of any world. There was clearly no fluctuation of spiritual power, but the array shone brightly. Almost in an instant, several sword dragons that he had just summoned rushed out of more than 10 arrays and rushed towards him. There were really too many sword dragons. Moreover, they were his own sword chi. Naturally, their power was shocking. For a moment, even he himself could not withstand it. Lone Moon directly rushed forward. The two of them stood on the left and right. As they activated the defensive array, they attacked to block the sword dragons. Ha, I didn't think that you actually dodged it. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice came from ahead. They saw the space above the pool distort. As if some kind of disguise had been removed, a man's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Chunibu, Apui, Jing Chi. Lone Moon immediately recognized the person in front of him. He was indeed here. His thoughts turned and he immediately understood. This beast tide was caused by you. That's right. He snorted coldly and stared straight in I Ching's direction. His eyes were full of hatred. I only slightly activated the demonic power of this spring of life. I just didn't think that you would not be killed by the beast tide and still be able to find this place. What do you want? I Ching frowned. If not for Master, the cultivators of the 3 Azure Realms would not be able to stop the beast tide at all. The beast tide would definitely sweep through the entire 3 Azure Realms. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortals, they would all perish in the jaws of the beasts, including his fellow disciples. What are you doing? Naturally, it's to take revenge on you. Jing Chi looked at him even more fiercely. If you hadn't crippled my cultivation during the grand competition and broken my spirit root, I wouldn't have become a cripple after all these years of cultivation were destroyed in a single day. You've caused me to end up like this, so of course I'll destroy everything you have to vent the hatred in my heart. I crippled your cultivation. I Ching's face was blank. When? Lone Moon narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at Jing Chi. Jing Chi indeed did not have any cultivation on him. Also, he did not know if it was an illusion, but in less than 2 days, he felt that Jing Chi seemed to have put on a lot of weight. His figure was almost the same as the shadow around him. The most important thing was that there was not even a trace of that thick fate left on his body. But it doesn't matter now. Jing Chi's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He looked at I Ching as if he was looking at a dead man. If not for you, how would I have found this place and obtained such strong demonic power? The more he spoke, the brighter his eyes became. He raised his hand and drew in the air a few times. Suddenly, an array appeared in front of him, facing them. Today is the day you pay. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light shot out from the array and rushed towards the 2 people opposite. Lone Moon and I Ching immediately rode on their swords and dodged. In the next moment, they heard a loud rumble. They saw that the ground that the ray of light swept across seemed to have been cut by something. The small island was instantly cut in half. What the hell was this sorcery? The two of them were shocked. In the next moment, several such arrays appeared in the sky, appearing in different positions. In an instant, the sky was filled with rays of light. They swept towards the two of them like lasers. They could only dodge, but they were still accidentally swept by the rays. Even the Dharma robes they were wearing seemed to be unable to block these strange rays of light. Lone Moon's sleeve was accidentally cut in half. Destroy those arrays. I Ching shouted. Lone Moon nodded. As he turned to avoid the rays of light, he held his sword and rushed towards the arrays, slashing at them with all his might. They heard a cracking sound. Although the light in the array was powerful, the array was unexpectedly very fragile. It directly turned into light and disappeared. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, in less than a moment, they cleared those arrays. You actually broke my holy light array. But Jing Qi did not seem to care at all. His eyes became even colder. Forget it, it was originally used to buy time. With a turn of his hand, a wooden stick embedded with jewels suddenly appeared in his hand. They did not know what he said, but a huge array suddenly appeared in the sky. That array was very big, almost covering the entire sky above the small island. The red light of the array turned the surroundings blood red. Lightning flashed and thunder roared around the array, and strong winds rose. What are you trying to do? Lone Moon's heart sank. As long as I summon it, all of you will die here. He suddenly laughed maniacally, his face filled with the joy of revenge. He raised the wooden stick in his hand even higher. Come out, giant dragon. What? Dragon? Lone Moon was shocked. He could actually summon the dragon race from the divine realm. Before he could think about it, the lightning in the sky became even crazier. The array protruded, as if something was about to break out of it. In the next moment, a scorching aura descended from the sky. A huge figure broke out of the array. First, it was a huge head, then a huge body as tall as a mountain. The key thing was that it had a pair of huge wings on its back. It opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. I Ching, Lone Moon, this is a dragon. Dragon my ass. What kind of dragon is this little monster with wings that can only spit fire? Don't just casually use a Western setting to make up the numbers. This guy must have transmigrated from a Western fantasy world, right? It was definitely true. Giant dark beast that can destroy the world, tear them apart and burn this world to ashes. Yet a certain person who felt that he had done something big shouted at the giant beast excitedly. King retard. Chapter 340. Indeed, in the next moment, the huge dragon with a big belly spread its wings, stirring up a gust of wind, and rushed towards the two of them. Lone Moon was unperturbed, and even doubted the teaching standards of Divine Heaven's sect. Did no one ever tell this Chinibu about the level of monsters in this world? Chef! Lone Moon patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Let him see what a real dragon is. The corner of Chef's mouth twitched. He kept the sword in his hand, and flew towards the dragon above his head. His whole body flashed with white light, and the next moment, there was golden light all around. A huge golden dragon appeared in the air, and flew up. A dragon roar sounded, and in an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared. The lightning in the sky was like rain, crashing down on the little monster, and the air was filled with the strong smell of barbecued meat. Chef turned in the air, and his tail whipped towards the roasted western little monster in the air. The roaring little monster instantly fell to the ground like a rubber ball, the kind that couldn't be dug out even if he wanted to. Chef's figure flashed, and he turned back into human form. He looked at the little monster in the pit, and then, silently took out a kitchen knife. Master seems to have never eaten this kind of meat. Save a little, save a little. You! How is this possible? The dragon that was summoned suddenly was killed in an instant. Jing Qi's face was full of disbelief. That was a huge dragon that could destroy the world, and no one in that world could defeat it. How was this possible? And what I Ching looked like just now? You! Who are you people? Us? Lone Moon laughed coldly. Before you invaded this world, didn't you first find out who is in charge here? How did you know? His eyes widened, and a panicked expression finally appeared on his face, as if the biggest secret in his heart was exposed. No matter where you come from, this world does not welcome illegal immigrants. Go back to where you came from. His expression changed, and he shook his head hard. No, I can't go back. It's not up to you. Lone Moon didn't want to waste time with him, and directly flew over, planning to catch him first. Just as he was about to catch him, he pounced on empty air, and went through his body. Holy shit! What was going on? He was stunned for a moment, and then he struck out with a sword art. However, he found that the sword art directly passed through the other party's body as if the other party did not have a physical body. Jing Qi was also stunned for a moment. Looking at his own body, he suddenly thought of something and began to laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha. I have the holy light of the spring of life protecting my body. This is the power of God. Unless it's someone approved by God, filthy people like you can't even touch me. I am immortal. Is that so? Just as he finished speaking, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. He didn't know when Shining had squatted by the side of the pool. She rested her chin on one hand and looked up at him. Jing Qi was startled. He didn't even have time to think about when this person came. Shining suddenly grabbed a demon beast that had just climbed out of the pool and threw it at him. He only felt a gust of wind, and before he could react, his vision went black. With a bang, a demonic beast smashed into his face. He was directly smashed down from the air and fell to the side of the pool with a thud. Hit, hit. Shining then slowly added, the approval of you God is really cheap. The kind that even small animals would recognize. You. Jing Qi's face was full of disbelief. He struggled to climb out from under the demonic beast. Looking at the pool in front of him, something flashed across his mind. Suddenly, he stood up and rushed in that direction. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He shouted, Shining, don't let him enter the water. This pool was obviously something from his plane. It could allow Jing Qi to obtain some power that they didn't understand. Seeing that Jing Qi was about to jump in, Shining suddenly threw a blue cube into the pool. Almost instantly, the water in the pool surged towards the cube. In the blink of an eye, the silvery white color of the pool disappeared, leaving only a hole in the ground. There was also a certain teenager who couldn't hold on and fell into the hole with a splat. The cube absorbed the last drop of water before flying back to Shining. It was still the size of a palm, but it had already changed from sky blue to silvery white. One could faintly see the light of water in it. Lone Moon landed on the ground and set up a trapping array in the middle of the puddle, trapping everyone inside. Then he turned to look at the silver transparent three-dimensional box in Shinying's hand. What's this? Lone Moon asked. Chef who had finished cutting the meat also returned. He looked at the box carefully. This looks a little like a mystic realm. It's an isolated space. Shining replied and threw it to Father Nyo. Lone Moon caught it and looked at it carefully. Only then did he realize that this box was indeed similar to a mystic realm. Inside was a space that didn't belong to this world at all. It was just that it was of a higher level. And it was sealed. Not a bit of aura leaked out. Where did this come from? I just made it. So she didn't attack for a long time just now because she wanted to make this. Lone Moon turned to look at the pit in front. Without the pool water, there wasn't a single demonic beast crawling out of the pit. Yet Jing Qi still had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at the few of them. What do we do with this guy? Lone Moon pointed at the person in the pit. Open the plane now and throw him back. Before Shining could answer, the person in the pit started shouting. Do you think you've won me just like that? He suddenly looked up at the few of them and laughed coldly. He took out a bottle out of nowhere and directly poured it down. Shit! It's the spring water just now. Lone Moon cursed. He didn't expect this guy to have already kept a bottle. Ha 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 ha. Jing Qi laughed wildly. One drop of the spring of life can make people immortal. So what if you take the spring water? You can't beat me at all. The more he laughed, the more arrogant he became. The aura around his body changed. A strange aura that they had never seen before exploded from his body. In an instant, it broke through the trapping array that Lone Moon had set and swept towards the few of them. The few of them subconsciously took a step back. But Jing Qi suddenly flew up from the bottom of the pit. He went higher and higher. That strange aura also became thicker and thicker. His whole body emitted a silver-white light. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. With the spring of life, you can't kill me at all. Before he finished speaking, the white light around him suddenly dimmed. He fell from the sky again. Even that thick aura just now disappeared as if it had never appeared. What's going on? Why is it like this? His expression changed. A huge wave of panic swept over him. The spring of life can obviously make people immortal. Why is it like this? His expression became uglier and uglier. He thought of something and turned to glare at the three people opposite him. It's you. What did you do? Chapter 341. The three of them stared blankly. What was going on? Had the water expired? Jing Qi's expression grew crazier as he glared at them with bloodshot eyes. What did you do to the water? Halfway through his sentence, a look of pain flashed across his face and he subconsciously pressed his stomach. In the next moment, his slightly plump tummy swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a balloon being blown up. In less than 3 breaths' time, he had already swelled up so much that he leaned backwards, as if he was about to lose his balance. How could this be? What is this? Jing Qi held his waist with one hand and leaned against a tree trunk, his face full of fear. His stomach grew bigger and bigger, and they could faintly see something wriggling under it. The three of them heard a ding sound as if something was connected. Realization dawned on them instantly. Lone Moon's face was full of surprise. The spring of life is really the real deal, honest to all. I Ching also nodded his head in understanding. Good quality and cheap price, immediately see the results. Jing Qi's face was full of panic and fear. He looked like he was about to break down. He shouted, "What did you say? What happened to me?" The three of them exchanged a look. Shining stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Warrior, congratulations, you're pregnant. Didn't they say it was the spring of life? Of course it was used to give birth to life, there was nothing wrong with it." Jing Qi's face paled instantly. In the next moment, as if he could not bear the blow, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Shining poked the person on the ground with a branch. "So happy you fainted." The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He obviously fainted from shock. "What do we do now?" Send him directly back to the other plane. Or just destroy him? Probably not. I Ching shook his head. Although the original soul has already come out, there is still one in his stomach. What if there was a new soul in his stomach? Whose side would it belong to then? Then what do we do? Lone Moon frowned. Did they still have to help him deliver the baby? Bring him back to Invincible Sect first. Shining suggested. Go back to the immortal realm now. Lone Moon was shocked. But chef, before he could finish, he turned to look at I Ching, only to find that the aura around I Ching was no longer spirit chi, but god power. F***CK, when did you recover? It was obvious that he had already recovered. It was too fast. Just now. I Ching gave him a puzzled look. Didn't he ask him to transform into a dragon just now? Where's the assistant seal? Just as he finished speaking, a light flashed between I Ching's eyebrows. In the next moment, a familiar infinity symbol floated out. The black words that Shining had written around the symbol were getting tighter and tighter. Just like the last time, the symbol seemed to be crushed and disappeared along with the words. The divine power surrounding him suddenly disappeared. Motherf asterisk cur. Damn cheat. Let's go home. Shining turned back and shouted. She opened the interface and walked in first. I Ching was about to follow when Lone Moon pulled him back. Come back. What is it? Nonsense, of course it's to carry people. You want me to carry this pregnant woman, no, pregnant husband alone. What if the child was hurt? Lone Moon pointed to the person on the ground. You lift your head, I lift my feet. Oh. Thus, the two of them lifted the person on the ground and walked towards the realm gate, huffing and puffing. The realm gate that Shining opened was directly in the back hall of the invincible heavenly palace, the courtyard that she used to live in. Lone Moon and I Ching casually threw a certain pregnant husband who had not woken up to the ground at the side. Due to the time difference, the three of them had not returned to Invincible Sect for more than 3,000 years. Lone Moon looked around and found that there was still no change here. It was still the same as when they left. There was not even a speck of dust on the table that Shining usually used to eat on. It seemed that someone cleaned it often. Lone Moon directly made a seal and set up several layers of array formations around Jing Qi. Chef had already gone into the kitchen to cook skillfully. Shining, on the other hand, was still lying on the table out of habit, looking lazy and spineless. When Lone Moon finished setting up the array formations, Chef had already cooked 2 dishes, but the surroundings were still quiet. He did not feel it earlier, but now he felt that the surroundings were too quiet. It had been so long, not to mention someone coming in, there was no other aura nearby. Lone Moon frowned and stood up. I'll go look for you Hong and Boss Lon. After saying that, he flew out on his sword. But he found that not only the back hall, there was not a single disciple in the nearby few heavenly palaces. His heart sank. He directly released his divine perception to scan the entire heavenly palace, but found that the entire invincible heavenly palace was like an empty city. There was not a single person in sight. How could this be? He remembered that when they left, Lanhua had already become a god fiend. With his protection, nothing should have happened. Besides, even if something happened, it was impossible that there was not a single person. There were no signs of a battle in the heavenly palace. Where did everyone go? He frowned and suddenly thought of something. He turned and flew towards the immortal vegetable field at the back. Indeed, from afar, he felt a familiar immortal chi, and there were faint fluctuations of sorcery. He saw that in the middle of the vegetable field, there was an array formation lit up. It seemed to be a binding array formation. In the middle of the array formation, a familiar-looking big radish was trying its best to climb out, but was pushed back again and again by the array formation. Perhaps it had used too much energy. The originally green leaves on its head were now yellow, drooping listlessly, as if they were falling off. Radish? Lone Moon was shocked. It had already grown so big. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the array formation and flew down. The struggling figure below stiffened. It turned around slowly, and the whole radish was stunned. "What's wrong? What happened to you?" Lone Moon went forward and asked. "What exactly happened? Wah ah ah ah." Before he could finish his sentence, Radish had already rushed over and wailed loudly. Water was flowing out of his body, and he was almost crying like a water radish. "Annoying Elder Gue, you're finally back." Wah ah 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 ah, Lone Moon, to hell with annoying Elder Gue. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Seeing that his clothes were about to be drenched by the radish, he hurriedly pulled a certain vegetable off his body. "Don't cry." "What happened?" "We just came back." "Why is there no one in the heavenly palace?" "You guys." The radish raised its head violently. The water on its body stopped instantly, and even the radish leaves on its head stood up. "Little Missy is back." "Yes, let's go together, little Missy." Before he finished speaking, the radish had already turned around and jumped out. Dong, 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 it went in the direction of the rear hole. It was clearly 10 times bigger than before, but when it jumped, it was like a shadow. Lone Moon almost could not catch up. Chapter 342. Radish skipped all the way to the back hall before stopping. Looking at the familiar figure sitting in front of the table, Radish trembled slightly, as if it couldn't believe it. Little Big Sister. Shining, who was eating, turned her head and waved her chopsticks. "Hey! Big Radish. Little Sister. Little Big Sister." Radish rushed over quickly, but stopped in front of Shining. It sniffed, and in the next moment, its whole body was like a flood, splashing water. "Wah! Little Missy, you're back, you're finally back." Radish. Radish is so scared, wah. The more it cried, the sadder it became, as if it couldn't control itself. It cried until the whole radish seemed to have dried up, like a big child who had been wronged and was complaining to its parents. Shining exchanged a look with Chef beside her, sighed, and then put down the bowl in her hand. She brushed away the leaves on Radish's head that were almost dried up. "What happened?" "Little sister. Little sister." Radish seemed to have a chest ache from crying, hiccuping as it said anxiously, "Quick, quick save, everyone. Little Hong has been taken away." The three of them were stunned. Lone Moon, who had just caught up, stepped forward and said, "You're talking about Yu Hong. What happened? Who took her away? Where did the others go? Tell me clearly." It's the Demon King," Radish said anxiously. "He took my big sister Little Hong, brother. Brother Lon went to chase but didn't come back, so little Yu and the others went too. They also said it was too dangerous, and didn't want Radish to go with them." "You mean Little Black took Yu Hong?" Lone Moon was shocked. He hadn't seen Radish for a few thousand years, and he had become bolder. He even dared to come to Invincible Sect to capture people. "No, it's the Demon King." Radish shook its head vigorously, and became even more anxious. It tugged at Shinying's sleeve. "Little sister, quickly go and save them, they've already been gone for a night, and they haven't come back yet." "Shining, let's go quickly." Lone Moon was anxious, and he turned to summon his flying sword. Chef even cast a spell, intending to keep the unfinished dishes on the table. "Wait." Shining suddenly spoke. "What are you waiting for?" Lone Moon became even more anxious. They're back. Ha! Lone Moon paused and turned to look. Suddenly, a large amount of demonic chi surged out from all directions and gathered into a ball. The space in front of him distorted, and in the next moment, a hole the size of a person was torn open in the air. The next moment, 7 or 8 figures fell out from it. All of them were covered in blood and cut a sorry figure, especially the person at the very front. He was almost covered in blood, and half of a broken sword was still stuck in his chest. Lan Hua. Lone Moon was shocked. Seeing that Lan Hua was about to fall, he quickly reached out to support him. Sister Xiaohong. Radish was also shocked. Its figure flashed and instantly turned into a human. It turned around and hugged the figure behind Lan Hua, who was also covered in blood. Lone Moon. Lan Hua's eyes widened as he stared at the person in front of him in disbelief. His originally gloomy eyes lit up. "You're here, so kind heart." He hurriedly turned to look behind him. Everyone else also turned to look at Shining. For a moment, 7 or 8 pairs of eyes were fixed on her. "Hey!" Shining waved a hand in greeting. In the next moment, everyone present seemed to be frozen in time as they stared at the person in front of them. Their eyes were wide open, and the despair in their eyes seemed to have been lit up in an instant. Their eyes seemed to be filled with tears. A while later, disciples of Invincible Sect greet Sect Master. And Lan Hua and the others were seriously injured. Apart from Yu Hong, who was slightly better off, the others either had their meridians broken or their immortal bones injured. Lone Moon and Yi Qing spent a lot of effort to barely manage to treat their injuries. "What exactly happened?" Lone Moon asked. Before Lan Hua could reply, Yu Hong, who was beside him, stepped forward and knelt down. Her face was full of self-blame. "It's your disciples' fault. I'm the one who harmed everyone. Elder, please punish me." "No. This has nothing to do with Sister Xiaohong." Radish panicked and went forward to pull her up, but Yu Hong refused to get up. "How can you be blamed for this?" Lan Hua also tried to persuade her. "Why is Yu Hong involved?" The more Lone Moon listened, the more confused he became. "Your injuries were really caused by Little Black." "It's not Little Black, it's the new Demon King." Lan Hua shook his head. "Little Black is missing." "What?" "The Demon King had a new Demon King." Lone Moon was stunned. Lan Hua then explained the situation. "We only found out about the change of the Demon King in the demon world recently. A few years ago, Little Black suddenly came over and gave a low-level Dharma artifact to Yu Hong. Not long after, the Demon King captured Yu Hong and forced her to hand over the Dharma artifact. I chased after her only to find that the Demon King had changed and was also trapped. The other disciples broke into the demon world and tried their best to get the few of us out." "What Dharma artifact?" Lone Moon frowned. "Why did Little Black give it to Yu Hong? If it was such an important thing, it should have been given to Lan Hua. Why did he give it to Yu Hong?" Lan Hua was stunned. He glanced at Yu Hong, who suddenly lowered her head. He coughed and said, "That's their love token." "Ha! Love token." The moment he said that, even Shining, who was still eating, was stunned. Little Black and Yu Hong. What was going on? The two of them were actually together. It looked like they had missed out on more than just a little in these 3,000 years. The disciples in the sect often can't find a sparring partner. Lan Hua scratched his head and explained, "Little Black often comes to visit, and he's a demon. Cough, he can take a beating. Yu Hong is eldest senior sister, so she asked him to be her sparring partner, so they developed feelings for each other after being beaten up. Alright, that's not wrong at all. After all, Little Black paid the price of his own blood to chase after this girl. Originally, they planned to wait for Goodheart to return before officially becoming Dao companions. Lanhua glanced at Shining. But I didn't expect Little Black to disappear just like that. It's all my fault. I mistakenly believed that person's words about Little Black's whereabouts, so I left the sect on my own. Yu Hong's face was full of guilt. That caused everyone to be trapped in the demon world, your disciple. Before she could finish, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and her body became unstable. Your injuries are too serious. Focus on recuperating and don't move. Lone Moon frowned and stopped her from getting up. I think I know what happened. It's really not your fault. No. It's all my fault. The guilt on her face deepened, and her face became paler and paler. Blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of her mouth, and even the immortal qi in her body began to dissipate. What's going on? Lone Moon was shocked. He also saw that there was something wrong with her body. He checked her meridians and found that all of them were broken. Even her primordial spirit was beginning to collapse. How could this be? Her injuries were the lightest just now. Logically speaking, she should be fine after recuperating. Why was her condition more serious than the others? Chapter 343. Lone Moon was just about to conjure a seal when Shining suddenly stood up and pulled the person on the ground up. Her hand suddenly went through Yu Hong's chest, as if she had grabbed onto something and pulled it out. Yu Hong felt her whole body relax. She heaved a long sigh of relief. The suffocating feeling that had been entangled in her heart disappeared. Sect Master. She looked up in confusion. She realized that there was a purple thing in Shinying's hand. It looked like smoke condensed in her palm. Shining, what is this? Lone Moon's eyes widened. He looked at the thing in her hand. When he checked earlier, he did not find anything else in their bodies. He turned to look at the others. Even Yu Hong looked confused. This looks like an extremely thick immortal spirit qi. I Ching frowned as well. He looked at the purple qi. This aura was even thicker than god power. It can't be another invader, can it? Lone Moon thought of the pregnancy. Pui, the spring of life. He quickly used his assistant's authority to check, only to find that there was no reaction. I don't know. Shining shook her head. Just as she was about to say something, the ground suddenly shook. As if something had been triggered, white light shone all around. A huge protective barrier appeared in front of them, surrounding the entire heavenly palace. It's the protective mountain array. Lanhua paled. He looked at the three of them. The people from the demon world have caught up. Good. Lone Moon snorted. We haven't even gone to find them, but they've come to us. Outside the heavenly palace. The sky was dark. A huge patch of demonic qi covered the sky above the heavenly palace. Rows of demonic troops surrounded it. They surrounded the entire invincible heavenly palace. Leading them were the 10 sky fiends. Their demonic qi was shocking. Behind them were a row of invincible heavenly disciples. All of them looked very disheveled. They seemed to be seriously injured. Some were even half kneeling in the clouds, as if they did not have the strength to stand up. The sky fiends looked at each other. They looked at the heavenly palace in front of them. They seemed to remember something. For some reason, they felt a little guilty. The invincible heavenly palace had the best relationship with the demon world. The sky fiends often interacted with each other. However, this was the new demon king's order, and they had to carry it out. What's more, now that all the disciples of Invincible Sect had been captured, as long as they seized the opportunity to take down the heavenly palace, it would only be a matter of time before they unified the three realms. Thinking of this, the Sky Fiends made up their minds and directly shouted towards the Sky Palace, "Emperor Lanhua, we are here to bring our queen back to the palace. Please hand her over. We will not make things difficult for you." There was no response from the Heavenly Palace. The Sky Fiends were hesitant to attack. Among the 10, a demon who had just ascended to become a heaven demon suggested, "Fellow demon sovereigns, why waste your breath on them? Their people are in our hands. If we kill a few of them, they'll come out." As he spoke, he directly grabbed a dying disciple next to him and grabbed him by the neck with one hand. He threatened loudly, "Lanhua, you coward. Don't think that you'll be fine just because you've escaped. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over Yu Hong. Otherwise, we'll kill one of your disciples every second, until your entire sect is slaughtered. How dare you?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 white figures appeared at the entrance of the Heavenly Palace. They looked very unfamiliar, and their bodies were filled with shocking sword chi. The Sky Fiends were stunned. For a moment, they did not know who these 2 people were. But the eyes of those invincible Heavenly Palace disciples lit up. It was as if they had seen a miracle. One by one, they exclaimed, "Elder. Who are you people?" The Sky Fiends scanned the 2 people warily. These 2 were also Invincible Sect disciples. But didn't Invincible Sect cultivate body cultivators? Why did these 2 people have sword chi all over their bodies? "You're the 10 Sky Fiends?" "That's true. It's been thousands of years. It's normal that you don't remember." Lone Moon looked at the disciples in the sky. His eyes darkened. "But there's one person you must remember. Shen." He turned to call for help, but realized that there was no one behind him. His mouth twitched. He shouted at the figure on his right, who was walking further and further away. "Wait. Where are you going?" "We're over here." He really could get lost if he was not careful. "Oh." Everyone only heard a lazy echo, followed by a series of footsteps. After a while, the figure of a woman came out of the heavenly pillar. She walked over as if she was taking a stroll, holding a half-eaten fruit in her hand. When they saw who it was, the Sky Fiends froze. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck their minds. Their legs turned to jelly. Did they see wrongly? Were they blind? "Sect Master!" All the disciples exclaimed in unison. The light in their eyes was blinding. "Sect Master! Isn't your Sect Master Lanhua? When did you change your Sect Master?" The person who had just become a Sky Fiend snorted coldly. "Forget it. If you know what's good for you, hand the person over. I can still spare your life. Otherwise, when we slaughter." Before he could finish speaking, a Sky Fiend standing beside him suddenly kicked him hard. He almost kicked him down from the clouds. "Mo Kun, what are you doing?" The new heavenly demon was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to ask for clarification, the other heavenly demons seemed to have been turned on by the kick, and they all charged forward to give the new heavenly demon a good beating. "Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Aw, damn it. Don't court death if you don't know the situation. Even if you court death, don't implicate us." They thought of the injury that they had not fully recovered from for 500 years. They felt waves of pain all over their bodies. "Shut up. How can you be so rude?" That's right. You're the scum of the demon race to speak to the Almighty like that. Damn it. The newcomer has no manners. I can't stand it if I don't teach him a lesson. He still has the cheek to cry out in pain. Beat him. Beat him hard. He's a disgrace to the demon race. Beat him to death. We have to beat him to death. The Sky Fiends did not hesitate to beat him up. They beat him up so badly that the entire heavenly palace reverberated with the screams of the sky fiends. Shining, Lone Moon, Qing, all the confused sky fiends, speaking of which, what were they doing? This 9 versus 1 group fight lasted for more than 10 minutes. It was only when a certain new sky fiend could no longer make a sound that the 9 of them stopped, filled with righteous indignation. Then, they all knelt in front of Shining and shouted, "Great Goddess, we were wrong." The 9 people who were beating people up just a moment ago were now crying bitterly and howling deeply. "Great Goddess, the Demon King made me do this." "Yes, Great Goddess, the Demon King forced us to do this. We are all good demons. We never thought of attacking the immortal world. The Demon King is not a demon at all. We had no choice. Yes, yes, yes. He even wanted to marry the former Demon King's little Hong. He's too shameless." The more the demons cried, the sadder they became. Their bodies trembled like leaves in the wind. Chapter 344. All right, all right, all right. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Did the Demon King know that they surrendered so easily? He thought that they would have to fight no matter what. He didn't expect that the moment Shining appeared, the enemy would admit defeat. How big was the trauma in their hearts back then? Let them go first. Yes, yes, yes. All the sky fiends nodded like chickens pecking at rice. They hurriedly waved at the demons behind them. Hurry up and send them. Ah, Pooey. Please come down. Only then did the demon army send down the row of disciples that they had originally planned to use as hostages. Lone Moon counted the number of people and realized that there were only tens of disciples that they had captured. His heart sank. Where are the others? Elder, they are still in the demon palace. A disciple answered. His expression darkened. He turned to look at the 9 demons who were still kneeling at the side. The few of them trembled even more. We don't know either. They were all captured by the Demon King using an array formation. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at the disciples in front of him. He gave Yi Qing a look. Chef, I'll bring him in first. You and Shining trapped the people outside. Yi Qing nodded and directly went forward to set up an array formation, trapping the demon army in place. He set up an array formation of the array race. Naturally, the demons could not break out. He turned and carried the 9 demons back. When they returned to the backyard, the disciples had already settled down. Most of them were seriously injured. Some even injured their immortal bones. Fortunately, the sect did not lack pills. They just needed to rest for a period of time. Lone Moon was more worried about the disciples who had not returned to the sect. Speak, what happened in the demon world? Lone Moon, Shining and Chef sat at the dining table and looked at the 9 sky fiends who were kneeling down again. The 9 sky fiends looked at each other and shook their heads. We don't know either. We haven't seen Li Yin since a few months ago. Who is Li Yin? The 3 of them were stunned. That's Demon King Little Black. The 9 demons hurriedly explained. They were so used to calling him Little Black that they forgot he had a name. What happened to him? The last time we saw the former Demon King Li Yin was when he ordered the entire demon palace to prepare the dowry within 3 months. It turned out that Xiao He was quite interested in Yu Hong. Wait, dowry? Lone Moon hesitated. Wasn't that a betrothal gift? The corner of Lan Hua's mouth twitched as he healed his disciple. He suddenly interjected, it was Yu Hong who told him that she would not marry him if Kindness and all of you weren't here, so he plans to marry into the family? Lone Moon was speechless. Little Black was really going all out in order to get rid of a single partner. It seemed like that Demon King also ran away with his wife, right? Were all demon kings so unreliable? Why was he suddenly worried about the future of the demon race? And then, when we were ready and went to report, the entire demon palace couldn't find any trace of him. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. Then what's up with this new demon king? The new demon king also suddenly appeared in the demon realm. We don't know where he came from. His cultivation level is very high. Even the 10 sky fiends combined couldn't defeat him. The 9 demons continued to explain. According to the rules of the demon race, he indeed has the right to become a demon king. Originally, we wanted to inform the invincible sect about Demon King Li. Little Black's disappearance, but the new demon king said that there was no need to go through so much trouble. He said that the marriage could continue. He also said that he would personally explain to Lady Xiaohong. They didn't expect that the other party would directly capture Yu Hong and severely injure Lan Hua, who chased after them, causing all the disciples of the sect to go to the demon palace. The 9 demons looked up at Shining weakly before continuing. Initially, we thought that this new demon king was only interested in Lady Yu Hong. We didn't expect that he would really attack the Bo Si Heavenly Palace directly. The other devils all nodded in agreement and began to grumble one after another. Actually, we didn't want to come either, but the demon king said that he wanted to kill those disciples who were injured. We could only persuade those disciples to stay as hostages. Then, we brought the demon army here. Yes. We haven't fought for many years. We haven't wanted to fight for a long time. That's right. I just received the travel permit to go to Fengsang Continent last month. I wanted to take advantage of the Demon King's wedding to go out and play. Yes. It wasn't easy for me to pull some strings to ask for immortal wine from Cloud Sea Continent. Once the fight starts, I won't be able to drink it. What do you mean? I still have to attend the 10 Directions Continent's Immortal Peach Feast tomorrow. The more the 9 demons spoke, the sadder they became. All of them had a look of resentment as if they were fighting a war. Lone Moon frowned. Looking at this group of demons in front of him who had no intention of fighting at all, he silently lit a candle for the ancestors of the demon world. Suddenly, he felt that in these few thousand years, the immortal world and demon world had merged too quickly. But thinking about Little Black, it suddenly wasn't strange. Actually, he could tell just now that these few people really had no intention of attacking Invincible Sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have pulled a black mass of people and just shouted outside without doing anything. Although the protective mountain array outside Invincible Heavenly Palace was powerful, it couldn't withstand the combined attack of 10 Sky Fiends. Of course, except for a certain Sky Fiend who didn't know the truth and was defeated by his own people. Moreover, they didn't know that Shining had already returned. The reason why they didn't come in was most likely because they didn't want to fight this battle. But for the sake of the Demon King's reputation, they had to come and shout. Where are the remaining disciples of my sect locked up? Lone Moon asked. In the Demon Palace's dungeon. A Sky Fiend immediately raised his hand and answered. Exalted Goddess, are you going to the demon world to save people? Now. I can lead the way. Me too. The other Sky Fiends nodded immediately and started discussing. Their eyes were full of excitement, as if the other party wasn't going to destroy their nest, but to help them. I'm the most familiar with the dungeon. I even know the secret passages. I know too. They're locked up on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, the deepest part. Yes, the new Demon King must be in the Demon Palace now. I can bring Exalted Goddess in. Why don't we just fight our way back? I've long disliked him. That's right. Although Great Immortal doesn't need our help, I can cheer for Exalted Goddess. And also, Shining, Lone Moon, Iching, is it really good for you to sell out the Demon King so thoroughly? He suddenly felt like lighting a candle for the new Demon King. "Chef, come with me to save people." Lone Moon randomly picked a sky fiend to lead the way. Then, he looked at Lan Hua and said, "Boss Lan, I'll leave these disciples to you." "All right." Lan Hua nodded. Exalted. Exalted goddess isn't going. The sky fiend who was picked glanced at Shining, who was already sprawled on the table, and then at Lone Moon. Instantly, he looked worried. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. What was with that suspicious look? Couldn't they do without Shining and the others? After all, they had been in the divine world before, all right. They were just taking care of a little demon king. Moreover, everyone in the sect was injured. It was more suitable for Shining to stay here. Lone Moon told them some things to take note of. Without further ado, he shouted at Yi Qing, "Chef, let's go." Chef turned and took out a storage bag of food. He passed it to Shining, who was beside him, and then flew up on his sword to the demon world to save people. Chapter 345. Late at night. Invincible Sect's side hall. Yu Hong was meditating to regulate her breathing. Perhaps it was because of the strange purple qi in her body. Even though it was cleared by Shining, her body was still heavily injured, especially her primordial spirit. Lone Moon had barely helped her suppress it before. If she wanted to recover, she had to rely on herself. She released her divine perception and used all her strength to mobilize the immortal qi to slowly nourish her primordial spirit. In a short while, her forehead was already covered in sweat and her face was beginning to pale. She could not afford to be distracted by the matter of nourishing her primordial spirit. She devoted herself to it. That was why she did not notice the wisp of black qi that suddenly appeared in the room. The black gas slowly condensed, and the air suddenly twisted. A hole quietly opened up, and a figure stepped out from it. Demonic qi flowed out of his body and instantly filled the entire room. Yu Hong finally felt the invasion of the demonic qi. She stopped regulating her breathing and subconsciously thought that Lan Hua had come. Lan. She had just looked up when she saw a wave of demonic qi coming towards her. She was shocked. The next moment, the defensive Dharma artifact on her body lit up and blocked the demonic qi. Only then did she see the person in front of her clearly. It was a man in blue, covered in black qi. His hair was messy and his eyes were red. His expression was full of madness. He was staring straight at her, his eyes full of hatred. "It's you." Yu Hong was shocked and immediately wanted to crush the message talisman beside her. However, the person was one step ahead of her. A wave of devil qi shot over and directly hit her arm. With another wave of his hand, the surrounding devil qi instantly turned into black ropes and directly tied Yu Hong up tightly. Yu Hong felt the immortal qi in her body stagnate. She could not mobilize it no matter what. She looked up at the person in front of her. "What exactly do you want?" The person who came was the new Demon King. Lone Moon and Elder Yi Qing had already rushed to the demon world. They did not expect him to appear here. "Give it to me." The person turned and went to Yu Hong's side. He stretched out his hand and pulled her up. Then, he began to scan her anxiously. His eyes widened. They were the color of blood. He looked more and more crazy. "Where is it? Why isn't it here? Where is it? What thing?" Yu Hong was already seriously injured. Coupled with the invasion of the demonic qi, she could not resist at all. "The thing that you took. Hurry up and give it to me," the man demanded again. I didn't." Yu Hong wanted to refute, but suddenly thought of something. "Are you talking about the Dharma artifact jade hairpin that Little Black gave me? He came to Invincible Sect because of that. That's not something you should be taking." Give it to me. He tightened his grip. Yu Hong's expression darkened. You have indeed seen Little Black. Where is he? Humph. Shaw wants something that doesn't belong to him. He deserves to die. The other party's red eyes became even more intense. Give it back to me. What did you do to him? Yu Hong panicked and began to struggle, but she could not get rid of the demonic qi around her. Let me go. That artifact belongs to the treasury of the Devil Palace. When did it become yours? You stole it from me. Your entire world is filled with thieves. The more he spoke, the crazier he became. The demonic aura around his body became even more intense, as if he wanted to destroy the world. Give it back to me. I didn't. You destroyed that hairpin with your own hands last time. What's inside? You called out. What? Yu Hong was stunned. There was something in the hairpin. What was it? Where did it go? Where did you hide it? He asked in an even louder voice. I don't know what you're talking about. What is it? What are you looking for? It was on you just now. Give it back to me. He retracted his hand. Instantly, the demonic qi wrapped around Yu Hong even tighter. Otherwise, I will massacre your sect right now. I say. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded beside his ear. It's not good for you to raise such a flag in front of me, right? Who is it? The man was shocked. Only then did he see Shining beside him. She was sitting on the side of the bed, less than 3 steps away from him. There was a half-grown radish lying on her back, sleeping soundly. For a moment, the whole room was filled with a certain radish's snoring. Who are you? Why are you here? I've been here the whole time. Shining tilted her head. She had been listening for a long time. The man's heart sank. He actually did not notice her at all. More importantly, he could not see through her cultivation level. He could only faintly feel a pressure that he could not resist. With a change of heart, he immediately sent a wave of demonic qi over. At the same time, he conjured a seal and drew a line in the air. He wanted to cut open the void, but found that there was no reaction at all. The space that he could usually cut open suddenly had no connection with. He was shocked. He understood that he might not be able to deal with the person in front of him. He grabbed her and turned to rush out, intending to escape. But he felt an empty space beside him. He turned and saw that Yu Hong, whom he was still holding on to, had disappeared. Instead, she appeared beside the woman from before. He immediately stopped in his tracks. Shining casually pulled out Yu Hong, who was wrapped in a cocoon by the demonic qi, and the surrounding demonic qi dissipated. Sect Master. Yu Hong was stunned. Her eyes lit up. Why are you here? Oh, Radish is snoring. Shining casually plucked the radish off her back and threw it on the bed. I couldn't sleep, so I brought it here. Radish rolled around on the bed, still not awake. But subconsciously, it rolled back and began to climb onto Shin Ying's back. All right. This vegetable had been upgraded from accessory on her leg to accessory on her back. Return the thing to me. The person who had just rushed out came back again. He looked at the two of them angrily, demonic qi emanating from his body. Otherwise, both of you will die here. Sect Master. He is the new Demon King. Yu Hong was shocked. She shouted a warning and turned to look at the person. I don't know what you're talking about. You still want to lie. That thing was clearly on you the last time. The person became even angrier. He glared in Yu Hong's direction. This world is indeed full of disgusting people. That Dharma hairpin has already been destroyed by you. Even if there was something, it should be with you. If you didn't steal it, who else could it be? You must have hidden it. You're talking about. Shining suddenly interrupted. Is it this? She suddenly reached out a hand. There was still a ball of purple chi in her palm. It was the same ball that she had pulled out from Xiao Hong's body during the day. The man's eyes widened. The red glow in his eyes deepened. He stared straight at the ball of purple chi in Shenying's hand. His expression became more and more crazed. It was as if he had swallowed his last bit of rationality. Purple chi. It's mine. Return it to me. With that said, he rushed over without a care. The demonic chi around his body surged. A thick layer of black rushed toward the two of them. Just as it was about to swallow the two of them, the demonic chi suddenly stopped. It seemed to be blocked by something. It stopped a meter away from Shening. No matter how hard the man tried, it could not move an inch. The man frowned. He turned his hand and a long black sword appeared. He stabbed it toward the opposite side. Chapter 346. The sword was about to pierce the two of them. Shining suddenly raised her hand to block it. There was a series of cracking sounds as the sharp demonic sword suddenly broke into pieces. The other party was shocked, but her hand did not stop. Instead, she grabbed his hand. The next moment, he felt as if the world was spinning. There was a loud bang in the room. The new Demon King had been smashed onto the ground. The demonic chi on his body dissipated. Speak properly. The other party did not seem to feel any pain. He began to struggle crazily, still shouting, "Give it back to me, give it back to me, liar, you are all liars. Destroy, destroy you." Suddenly, the demonic chi that had just dissipated surged again. His entire body was wrapped up by the demonic chi. Even his body seemed to be melting into the black chi. It looked like he was being swallowed by the demonic chi. Seeing that the other party was about to be completely swallowed by the demonic chi, Shining frowned. She squatted down and pulled him up. Her eyes narrowed. The thick demonic chi seemed to be driven away by light. It dissipated instantly. Even the demonic chi on the other party's body disappeared. Yu Hong's legs turned to jelly. She held onto the wall to stop herself from kneeling down. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like there was an indescribably huge aura on the sect master at that moment? Before she could think about it, she saw that the crazy demon king had already fallen to the ground. There was no demonic chi around his blue robe. But there was a familiar, immortal chi. Yu Hong was shocked. How was this possible? Could there be people who practiced both immortal and demonic cultivation in this world? The other party knelt on the ground. He seemed to be trying hard to stand up, but he had no energy at all. After the demonic chi dissipated, his aura was so weak that it was almost invisible. He was weaker than an ordinary earth immortal. He looked like he was going to die the next moment. The crazed look in his eyes had disappeared. His eyes returned to their original black color. But he was still looking at the purple ball in Shenying's hand. "Little Hong, do you have the pill that recovers immortal chi?" Shening suddenly turned to look at Yu Hong. Yu Hong paused. Then she reacted and hurriedly nodded. "Yes." She turned and picked up a bottle from the cabinet. She poured out a pill and handed it to the person on the ground. The other party did not take it. Instead, he glared at Yu Hong. Yu Hong didn't waste time talking to him and directly stuffed it into his mouth. In the next moment, the originally weak immortal chi in his body began to slowly fill up, and his pale face also recovered a little. "Master, he's not a demon." Looking at the changes in the other party's body, Yu Hong finally reacted. That was an elixir to replenish immortal chi. A demon should not be able to withstand immortal chi at all. Yet, he was recovering. Shining nodded. But just now, his entire body was clearly filled with devil chi. Aren't only demons able to control devil chi? Previously, he had clearly used devil chi, and even Lanhua couldn't beat him. It's not an urge. Ha! Yu Hong paused, not understanding what she meant. He's not the one controlling the demonic chi. Shining thought for a moment, then added, the demonic chi is attacking him. What? Shining did not continue to explain. She sat down on a chair at the side and looked at the man on the ground lazily. All right, tell me your story. The other party's expression stiffened. She did not know what he was thinking, but he suddenly smiled coldly at her, looking like he did not want to speak at all. Shining suddenly tossed the ball of purple chi in her hand. If you tell me a good story, I'll give this to you. You. His eyes immediately stared at her hand. His whole body tensed up, and his expression became darker and darker. He seemed to be extremely angry, and also seemed to be desolate, and also seemed to be helpless after resisting. What do you want to know? What is this? Shining waved the ball of purple chi in her hand, then turned to look at him. And what are you? His eyes widened, and something flashed across them. This purple chi is my Dharma treasure. With it, I can cultivate both immortality and demonic. I just want to get back what belongs to me. Oh, I see. Shining immediately kept the purple chi. Holding her chin with one hand, she looked at the man on the ground and narrowed her eyes. A moment later, she said, then let me change my question. Which plane did you come from? Lone Moon and I Ching only spent a day's time, and did not even meet with any resistance before they rescued the rest of the people from the sect. It had to be said that this new demon king was quite a failure. It was also possible that he did not even consider governing the demonic world at all. But what exactly was his motive? Did he say? I Ching looked at Lone Moon. He won't say anything. Lone Moon shook his head and nudged the person beside him. Shining, are you sure that this new demon king is also an invader? I'm not sure. Shining shook her head. Lone Moon's expression darkened. Then why are you asking me to ask? His data is very strange. Shining tilted her head. A moment later, she said, half and half. What do you mean? What half and half? Half is the same as the immortals of this world, the other half is abnormal. There was such a thing. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He can't be a mixed blood, can he? An invader came over and had descendants or something like that. There are no mixed bloods in this plane. Shining broke his thoughts. The plane belongs to only one person. Even Father Nyo, who became an assistant, only changed the plane he belonged to. He could not belong to two planes at the same time. Then what's going on with this person? I don't know. Shining shook her head. This was the first time she had seen such a situation. After thinking about it, she turned her hand and took out that ball of purple gas. She could analyze it. This is what the new Demon King is looking for. Lone Moon glanced at the ball of purple gas in her hand. I wonder what it is. I Ching also asked. I don't know for now. Shining shook her head. She thought of something and turned to look at Lone Moon. Father Nyo, did you find Little Black? Lone Moon faltered. He exchanged a look with I Ching. His eyes darkened. Then he replied, No. We really did not sense his aura. I'm afraid. He did not continue. In history, when a new Demon King was crowned, it must be when the original Demon King was already dead. Those heavenly demons probably already knew that Little Black was probably already dead. No. Shining retorted. That person can't kill Little Black. Why? Lone Moon faltered. Shining did not answer directly. Instead, she asked, have you searched the treasure trove? What? Lone Moon faltered. We went to save people, not to raid their houses. Why would we search their treasure trove? He stopped mid-sentence. He suddenly understood what Shining meant. That ball of purple gas was found in Yu Hong's body. When the new Demon King first caught her, he was only looking for that hairpin. That meant that the purple gas entered Yu Hong's body from that hairpin. And that hairpin was picked out by Little Black from the treasure trove. Little Black's disappearance could really be related to that treasure trove. Chapter 347. But, only the Demon King knows where the Demon King's treasury is. We can't find it even if we wanted to. There are others who know. Shining said. Lone Moon was stunned. His eyes widened. Yu Hong. That's right. Others might not know, but Yu Hong definitely knew. Little Black was secretly thinking of marrying her over. There was no reason for him not to hand over his wife. I'll go get her. Lone Moon immediately turned and went to the side hall. In a short while, he returned with a sorrowful Yu Hong. Her eyes were still red, as if she had just cried. Sect Master. She bowed respectfully. Little Black did tell me where the treasury is. As she spoke, she directly took out her natal Dharma artifact and pointed at an incongruous Dharma seal on it. He once carved this Dharma seal on my sword, saying that it was the key to opening the treasury. She seemed to recall something, and the sadness in her eyes deepened. But I have never tried it. Yu Hong, there might be clues about Little Black in the treasury. Do you mind opening it for us? Lone Moon asked. Little Black. Yu Hong was stunned. No wonder, he was really still alive. A look of joy flashed across her face. Yes, of course. I'll open it now. She nodded hard and conjured a seal. The array on the sword lit up and emitted a faint white light. Yu Hong waved her sword in front of her. Instantly, a white entrance that looked like a mystic realm appeared in the air. The few of them looked at each other and walked in. In the blink of an eye, the few of them arrived at another place. Although it was called a treasury, it was actually a small mystic realm inside. But, inside the mystic realm, flowers were everywhere. The sky was filled with a rain of flowers that fell from the sky, covering their heads and faces. There were rows of immortal trees in full bloom everywhere. At first glance, it looked like there was a thick layer of pink clouds floating around. It was like a young girl's heart was about to burst. The few of them were stunned by this pink sea. They did not expect the Demon King to be such a Little Black. Until they saw the small building in the forest. There was a plaque hanging high in front of the building. On it, a row of eye-catching golden words were written, Little Hong and Little Black will always be together. On the pillar beside it, there were 2 rows of golden words. On the left, it read, Forever. On the right, it read, Embrace twice in 3 years. Shining, Lone Moon, Ching, winky face that was simple and straightforward. Little Black's education was really close to the average of all the Demon Kings. He suddenly understood why the demon race had never succeeded in conquering the immortal world despite being stronger than the immortal race. Being uneducated was killing. The corner of Yu Hong's mouth twitched. She couldn't hold back the sword in her hand. She turned it into a sword and slashed it, cutting the board into 2. He tore off the couplet on the side and stomped on it twice before pushing the door open and walking in. It was just an ordinary hut inside, decorated warmly. It seemed that a lot of thought had been put into it, but it was still a blinding pink. Moreover, the walls were filled with portraits. In the portraits, there were people practicing swordsmanship, people reading, people writing, people sleeping and resting. There were all kinds of postures, but without exception, they were all portraits of Yu Hong. Moreover, those were not ordinary paintings, but real images that were directly left behind using a shadow recording spell. They looked like JPG pictures that could move. The three of them pursed their lips. How many times did Yu Hong King take a peek to collect so many paintings? For some reason, he felt sorry for Yu Hong. What was going on? Yu Hong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. She clenched her fists tightly. She was trying her best to resist the urge to smash the place. Ahem, well, the real treasure trove should be at the back of the mountain. Lone Moon pointed outside and changed the topic. The few of them left the building. They passed through the sea of flowers and arrived at the back of the mountain. A huge stone door appeared in front of them. It was embedded into the stone wall. There were all kinds of defensive arrays on it. Lone Moon observed it for a while. Then, he undid the arrays. With a rumbling sound, the two stone doors opened outwards. A cold aura came from inside. It carried with it traces of demonic chi. After all, this was the treasure trove of the demon race. There were many Dharma artifacts that belonged to the demon race. Lone Moon instructed Yu Hong to set up the defensive arrays. Then, he walked in. The treasure trove was huge. It was filled with all kinds of rare treasures. Some of them were so old that it was hard to tell what kind of Dharma artifacts they were. The strange thing was that there were not only demonic artifacts. There were also Dharma artifacts that the immortal race could use. There were only a few of them. They were placed on the right side. Compared to the Dharma artifacts that were thrown everywhere, these immortal artifacts were carefully placed on special shelves. There were even protective arrays around them. There were also ribbons, fans, hairpins, bells, and other immortal artifacts that women often used. One look and one could tell who they were for. Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes darkened. She walked over and was about to pick one up to take a closer look. But she saw a small line of words beside it, "Kiss Madam Little Hong." She tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. She had the urge to smash it. "I didn't expect you to chase me all the way here." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was firm and unquestionable. "Give up. I prepared those for Little Hong. I will never give you the dowry." Shining, Lone Moon, Qing, Yu Hong. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a sword came from the innermost direction. It was heading straight for the three of them. Little Black. Yu Hong could not help but call out. As soon as she finished speaking, a black figure suddenly rushed out. It was faster than the demonic sword. There was a loud thud. The sword hit the black figure. But he did not seem to feel it. He turned around and hugged the person in front of him. "Little Hong. It's really you." The person hugged Yu Hong tightly. "That's great. You're finally here. I missed you so much. I knew you would remember that I was here." "You're all right." Yu Hong was stunned. She looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. No. I'm just trapped in this mystic realm." Little Black hugged her even tighter. "It's good that you came in. This way, I can go out and marry you." "Little Hong, I missed you so much." He pouted and was about to kiss her. The crowd at the side, cough. Lone Moon could not help but cough. "Please control yourself." Little Black paused. He turned to look at the three people beside him. "Hey, Little Hong, you brought someone in dash." Before he could finish speaking, his whole body stiffened. Shining waved her hand out of habit. "Hey! Little Black." The next moment, he felt his legs weaken. He knelt down with a thud. Chapter 348. Invincible Heavenly Palace, Rear Hole. A certain demon king knelt on the ground with tears all over his face, howling with grief. Exalted. Exalted goddess, I really like Little Hong. Please don't break us up. Exalted. Exalted goddess, I was the one who seduced Little Hong. This has nothing to do with her. If you want to beat me, then beat me to death. Exalted. Exalted goddess, even if you kill me, I want to be with her. Exalted. Exalted goddess, why don't I stop being a demon and join Invincible sect? Exalted. Exalted goddess, will you allow me to marry into your family? Go, alright, stop howling. Lone Moon really could not bear to listen to this anymore. Look at his crying and sniveling face. Did he still remember that he was the king of a realm? When did we say that you were not going to be together? Ha! Little Black paused for a moment before raising his head. Do you agree? He looked at Shining, who had already started eating and had no time to talk to him. Then he looked at Yu Hong, who had already turned her head away, her face full of, I don't know this guy. Only then did he understand what was going on. In an instant, his entire face lit up, and he smiled like a fool. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. I knew that the exalted goddess was the most understanding and reasonable person. She would definitely grant our wish. Xiao He was touched. He turned around and opened his arms to Yu Hong. Xiao Hong, we can finally be together. Get lost. Yu Hong kicked him, seriously suspecting that she was blind. Alright, tell me, why was your cultivation sealed and why are you hiding in your own treasure vault Mystic Realm? Lone Moon asked directly. I don't know who that person is. The Demon King hurriedly explained. A few months ago, I planned to bring my dowry to see Little Red. As soon as they left the demon world, that person rushed out. He insisted that I took his things, and then we fought. I wouldn't have lost to him, but I don't know how he did it. My devil chi suddenly couldn't circulate, so I hid in the treasure vault. Later on, I found out that I couldn't even open the treasure trove. Then you guys came. Is the person you met the current new Demon King? What new Demon King? Blackie was stunned, as if he was completely unaware that the other party had replaced him as the Demon King. Lone Moon thought for a moment and raised his hand to summon a shadow. It transformed into the image of the person locked in the dungeon. Is it this person? It's him. Little Black immediately stood up and pointed at the shadow. He's the one who sneak attacked me. He is the current Demon King of the demon world, Lone Moon said. What? Blackie was startled and looked as if he wanted to beat the other party up. After a while, he thought of something and his anger disappeared. Forget it, I don't plan to be the Demon King anyway. It doesn't matter who becomes the Demon King. He already had Little Red, he. With this thought in mind, he glanced at Little Red beside him, and his face turned red. He immediately put on a satisfied expression. Everyone. King retard. Wait. That's not right. Before his IQ completely went offline, Black suddenly thought of a question. He's not a demon, so how did he become a Demon King? He's indeed not a demon. Seeing that his IQ had gone back online, Lone Moon continued asking, think carefully. When he attacked you, did he say anything else? Or did he mention anything about his motives? Blackie thought about it carefully and then shook his head. No, he only asked me to return something to him. I don't even know him. How would I know what he was talking about? What dowry did you prepare? Shining suddenly asked. Blackie was stunned and subconsciously covered the storage bag beside him. Exalted. Exalted goddess, this is what I was going to give to Little Red. With that said, he weakly leaned towards Yu Hong. The corner of Yu Hong's mouth twitched. She turned and kicked him again in disdain. Take it out. All right. Blackie opened the storage bag pitifully and took out the items one by one. There were items as big as pills, talismans, arrays, and weapons, as small as tables, chairs, bowls, ladles, and pans. Everything that one could think of was there. In a short while, everything was placed all over the floor. Everyone, this guy must have emptied the entire demon palace. Have you ever thought about how the next demon king would feel? That's enough, that's enough. Lone Moon frowned and hurriedly stopped him from taking out the entire demon palace. What we mean is, are there any special Dharma artifacts, especially jewelry, like the hairpin you gave to Yu Hong as a token of love? Blackie was stunned. Suddenly, he thought of something. His eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. With that said, he took out a big antique box. It seemed to be very old and there were some characters carved on it that Lone Moon did not understand. He opened the box and immediately, a neat box of Dharma artifacts appeared. There were earrings, necklaces, rings, and so on. There were more than 10 of them in total. This is a set. I was going to give it to Little Red when we got married and let her pass it on to our children, he said proudly. He explained the items one by one. This can be given to the eldest daughter, this is for the second daughter, this is for the third, shut up. Lone Moon could not be bothered with this silly black who was blinded by love. He turned to look at Shining. Is this it? Shining walked over and looked at the exquisite jewelry and Dharma artifacts. With a turn of her hand, the ball of purple chi that she had taken from Yu Hong's body appeared in her palm. The moment the purple chi appeared, it was as if some mechanism had been activated. In an instant, the purple light shone brightly and the originally indistinct chi suddenly began to spin. The Dharma artifacts in Blackie's hands also emitted bursts of purple light. They turned into light smoke and flowed towards the ball of purple chi in Shenying's hand. The chi became thicker and thicker. In less than a minute, it became bigger and bigger. In a short while, it had gathered into a ball the size of a blue bowl. Immortal chi filled the surroundings. Immortal chi that was even thicker than God power appeared. Instantly, everyone felt as if they could not breathe. Shining and the other two were still fine, but Yu Hong and Blackie seemed to be unable to withstand such a huge amount of immortal chi. They were directly forced to their knees. Shining turned and took out a transparent cube box. She slapped it on the ball. Instantly, the thick ball of purple chi was absorbed into the cube. The immortal pressure around them disappeared. What? What was that? Lone Moon looked confused. If not for the assistant seal that cut off their connection to this plane, he and Chef would not have been able to withstand such a terrifying amount of immortal chi. This immortal chi. Why does it seem to be thicker than God power? It was clearly just immortal chi. Shining frowned. This was the first time she had seen such a highly concentrated body of energy in this world. Master, it seems like that person's goal was this. I Ching looked into the box. Because the purple chi had disappeared, the color of the jewelry had obviously dimmed. The person who attacked Blackie and captured Yu Hong multiple times probably wanted these. Blackie, where did you get the Dharma artifacts in this box? Lone Moon asked. Blackie was stunned. Only then did he recover from the huge immortal pressure. He answered matter-of-factly, I snatched them from the Demon King. You mean the former Demon King Enchanting? The wife slave number 1 who faked her death and eloped with Chui Hua. Yes. Blackie nodded. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. No, 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 that's not right. What do you mean? Was it or was it not? The demon kings of the demon race all ascended to the throne by defeating the former demon king. Blackie explained. This thing was taken from Zhan Ting's treasure trove when I defeated him. It had been there for a long time. I only found it in a corner when I was cleaning it. He probably didn't even know he had this thing. So it's possible that he got it from the Demon King before that. Yes, yes, yes. He nodded. In other words, there was no way to find out what exactly this thing was. He looked carefully at the words on the box and turned to look at I Ching. Chef, do you understand the words on this? I Ching looked carefully and shook his head. I've never seen it before. After thinking for a while, he added, but there are many array formations on it. Some of them look like the divine race's concealment array. Concealment array. Was this why that person suddenly found Yu Hong and Xiaohei? Because they took the thing inside out of the box. But if even Chef, who had the inheritance of the dragon race, couldn't understand the ancient words, who else could? Could it be that this thing really belonged to the invaders? Lone Moon thought of one person, and his eyes lit up. I'll go look for the god fiend. He must know. With that said, he was about to open the god fiend's divine realm when a disciple rushed in. Sect Master, Elder. The disciple bowed to them and said anxiously, the lady in the side hall is awake. Who? Lone Moon did not react for a moment. Where did this lady come from? The lady who came back with the elders 2 days ago. The disciple explained. After thinking for a while, he added, the lady who is pregnant. Pregnant, Jing Qi. Shit, he had long forgotten about that Chinibu. Just look after him. They had no time to deal with him now. No. No. The disciple became even more anxious and said with a troubled expression, did something happen to her? What? Lone Moon was shocked. Did she run away? No, no, no. The disciple shook his head and said with a conflicted expression, he's going to give birth. Ha! There was a sudden silence. The 3 of them looked like they were constipated. Only Little Black, who was at the side, looked confused. He raised his hand and said, may I ask, whose child is it? Shining, Lone Moon, Iching, a moment later. Let's go take a look. Lone Moon did not expect Jing Qi to give birth so soon. It had only been a few days, not 3, right? Should they sigh and say that the spring of life really lived up to its name? This efficiency, this speed, the few of them turned and went to the side hall. Before they entered, they heard a loud scream from afar. It hurts so much. I'm going to die, it hurts so much. The few of them stopped in their tracks and found 2 female disciples standing helplessly at the door. The door was tightly shut. What's the matter? Lone Moon was stunned. Why aren't you going in? Elder. Elder. The disciple answered. She chased us out and didn't let us in. The other disciple nodded. She also said that if we dared to take off her pants, she would die. And we don't know how to deliver the baby. Everyone, Lone Moon imagined the image of the 2 female disciples taking off Jing Qi's pants. His mouth twitched and he suddenly felt a little pity for someone. For a moment, he did not know whether to go in or out. That. He turned back and asked, which one of you knows how to? Before he could finish speaking, the 4 people behind him suddenly retreated out of the courtyard at lightning speed. Father Nyo, all the best. You can do it, Father Nyo. Elder Lone Moon, number 1 in the sect. Elder Lone Moon, there's nothing you can't do. The veins on Lone Moon's forehead popped. A moment later. All of you, get over here. If you want to go blind together. Don't think you can escape. Chapter 349. The few of them exchanged looks at each other at the door. The howling inside the room grew louder, accompanied by the sound of something rolling down. They had no choice but to bite the bullet and push the door open. The room was in a mess. The tables and chairs had all fallen to the ground. Jing-Chi had already rolled off the bed and onto the ground. He had completely lost his Chinibyo look from before. He was covered in sweat and had a huge belly in front of him. It was several times bigger than the one he saw a few days ago. He looked extremely wretched. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had completely lost his mind from the pain. He was still trying to hit the wall beside him. Lone Moon hurriedly conjured a body-fixing seal to stop him from hurting himself. He then used a wind elemental sorcery to roll him back onto the bed. He wanted to seal his 5 senses to reduce his pain. But it did not seem to have any effect. He howled even louder, the kind that used all his strength. Thinking about it, it made sense. If sealing his 5 senses was useful, the disciples guarding the door would have used it long ago. It seemed that the spring water might have changed his body. Save me. Save me. Jing-Chi looked at the 4 people who came in. He did not care who they were. It was as if he was in extreme pain. Lone Moon thought for a moment. He turned to Yu Hong and said, "Yu Hong, go get a dagger and a basin of hot water." Yu Hong was stunned. She did not react for a moment. Shining asked, "Father Nyo, are we going to have a cesarean section?" "Nonsense." Lone Moon rolled his eyes. "If we don't, how will he give birth?" He made so much sense that they could not refute him. But they could understand the dagger. Hot water, what's the hot water for? How would I know? Lone Moon said directly. Isn't that what they always do in television dramas? Shining, Ching, they suddenly did not want to light candles for Jing-Chi. What should they do? Do you have any other way? Lone Moon asked. The 4 of them were stunned. They looked at each other and nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Father Nyo, you're right. Father Nyo, you're amazing. Elder Lone Moon, you're really knowledgeable. Elder Lone Moon, you know everything. Get lost. Lone Moon glared at the 4 of them. Hurry and get the things. I'll go right away. Yu Hong ran out with a whoosh. In a short while, she returned with the things that Lone Moon had instructed her to do and placed them on the bedside cabinet. Watch him, don't let him move. Lone Moon instructed Little Black and I Ching to hold down the person on the bed, before picking up the dagger on the cabinet. He walked toward Jing-Chi and cheered himself on. It's okay, it's okay. I just need to cut a knife and take out the child, then use a water spell to heal him. It's very simple. Hands. Don't tremble. He took a deep breath and watched as the dagger in his hand was about to land on his opponent's bulging belly. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone from his round belly. His entire belly wriggled as if something was about to break out of his body. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She turned to I Ching and shouted, "Chef, take red and black away from here." Chef's reaction was extremely fast. Before the 2 of them could figure out who was red and who was black, he had already rushed out with Little Red and Little Black in tow. Then, Lone Moon felt his collar tighten. His entire body fell backwards. He was directly pulled behind by Shining. In the next moment, the white light on Jing-Chi's belly seemed to have a physical form as it pierced out. With a series of piercing sounds, the entire side palace was like ice that had encountered high temperature. It dissipated instantly. An unfamiliar aura spread over. Before Lone Moon could react, he felt his heart stop. His entire body seemed to be under some kind of heavy pressure. He could not control himself and was about to collapse. Shening pulled him once more. Only then did the aura disappear. The two of them immediately retreated into the courtyard. But they found that the white light inside was getting brighter and brighter. It spread in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything began to melt. It looked like a hole was about to be formed in the Sky Palace. What is this? Lone Moon's eyes widened in shock. Shening took out a transparent cube box out of nowhere and threw it towards the white light. In an instant, the box became bigger and sealed the entire side palace inside. Only then did the strange white light stop spreading. But the room just now had completely disappeared. All that was left was a patch of white. They could faintly see Jing Qi's figure floating inside. His pig-like howling had already stopped. He was also completely motionless. Someone is coming. Shening suddenly said. What? Lone Moon was stunned. Before he could think carefully, in the next moment, he saw a distortion in the air. The only figure in the white light, Jing Qi's belly, began to gather white light. As the space twisted, a faint hole appeared. And it was getting bigger and bigger. It was almost swallowing his entire body. A figure stepped out of the hole. It was a man dressed in a strange white robe. There were special patterns on it. His long golden hair was so long that it reached the ground. He had a chiseled face that looked like a statue from Western mythology. He looked up slightly and used his sapphire eyes to scan the two people in front of him arrogantly. More importantly, there was a huge pair of pure white wings on his back. He looked like a god from Western mythology. A new invader. Lone Moon's heart clenched. Before he could react, the other party suddenly spread his wings and flew up. The dazzling white light appeared again. In the next moment, an ethereal voice spread throughout the entire Sky Palace. Lost creatures from a different world, I am the highest god, Light. I have come to bring you out of your suffering. Offer your humble heart and become my servant. Light will always shine on you. Lone Moon, Shening, so this was a late-stage Chinibu. Straight-faced the fellow who called himself the God of Light did not seem to feel their hearts full of curses. He maintained his holy and noble appearance and continued to transmit the heavenly voice with his head slightly raised. Dirty creatures from a different world. Your existence is the original sin. Evil has already corroded your souls. Only light can guide you forward. Kneel down and repent for your sins. I am the most benevolent God. Become my follower and this world will be like the world under my protection. You will be bathed in light. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Which outdated Western fantasy novel did he get this kind of line from? I say, what on earth are you foolish sinners? The other party interrupted him and continued, only by seeking refuge with the light can you wash away your sins. Otherwise, you will fall into hell forever. Come, offer your soul and loyalty. From now on, I am the only God in this world. Before he could finish speaking, a huge sword suddenly fell from the sky and smashed into his body with a clang. It directly slapped him down from the sky and made him gnaw on the ground. Following that, another wave of sword rain fell. The pretentious god was rooted to the ground. Chef, who had returned at some point, landed from the sky. He raised his leg and stepped on the man's body. The man who had just gotten up was trampled back into the mud. Shening, Lone Moon, straight face, what a weak god of light. So those white lights just now, were they really just for showing off? Wait a minute. Chef, What are you doing? Why are you holding a knife? Lone Moon hurriedly ran over. You can't cut that pair of wings. The other party is an invader. Can you control your urge to look for ingredients? The kitchen knife in Chef's hand paused. He frowned and put it away. Then, he silently summoned a deviant fire. You can't roast it either. I Ching finally let go of his hand with a look of pity. Shining sighed. What a pity. Pity my ass. Lone Moon glared at her. Wasn't it all because of you? He felt that ever since Chef went down to the lower realm, his habit of sparing no effort to stock up food for Shining had become more and more serious. Explain, what exactly is going on? Lone Moon glanced at a certain weak god who was still buried in the mud. Who exactly is this idiot? Shining also poked the person who had already fainted on the ground. Then, she answered, he should be the manager of the world of Chinibu. Lone Moon, I Ching, what? Chapter 350. Invincible Heavenly Palace, Main Hall. Lone Moon sized up the figure in front of him, who was glowing with white light and had special effects. He couldn't react. He had seen many managers like Shining and her sister, but he didn't expect that there would be such a weakling among them. You are blaspheming the gods. The stupid god who had just woken up wiped the mud off his face and said angrily, you are disrespectful to me. You will forever be despised by the light, punished by the darkness, tortured by your souls, and, swoosh, before he could finish, Chef pulled out the sword in his hand. The other's face paled, and he swallowed back the sentence he was about to say. You want to kill a god. We didn't want to. Lone Moon looked at him and said, but if you don't speak properly, we don't mind killing you. Lone Moon finally understood where Jing Qi's delusional confidence came from. With a manager like this, it was hard not to be delusional. Tell me, what are you doing in this plane? Plane. He looked confused. What plane? Stop pretending. Lone Moon pointed at Shining. She is the manager of this plane, and we are her assistants. Manager? The stupid god became even more confused. He raised his head and glanced at Shining. What kind of god is a manager? Ha! Lone Moon paused. This situation wasn't right. He turned and pulled Shining, who was sitting on the chair beside him. What's going on? Didn't you say he was a manager too? Was there a manager who didn't know his own duties? Shining was stunned. After a while, she said, he is not only a manager, he should be the unawakened world consciousness of that plane. Perhaps he didn't even realize the meaning of his existence. Every plane manager exists in a different form. In other words, apart from big shots like Shining, there were also managers like this who didn't even know what a plane was. Lone Moon frowned and looked at him sympathetically. How did you get here? What's your purpose? I am here because of the call of my believers. He looked up, and the white light on his body became even brighter. He didn't seem to be illiterate at all, and his face was holy and inviolable. I sense that your faith here is too weak, so I personally came to spread the gospel. Foolish living beings, you should feel honored. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Keep your drama to yourself. Don't you know this is called a plane invasion? What invasion? This is the blessing that this god has bestowed upon you, he said with a righteous expression. I don't care what you want. Our plane doesn't welcome you. Lone Moon frowned. Since you're the manager, bring your followers back. As he spoke, he immediately formed a hand seal. In an instant, the shadow of a fatty with closed eyes appeared in the room. It was Jing Qi. When the Chinibu came over just now, his otherworldly soul had separated from his body. The Chinibu god looked at the fat soul with disdain. Who is this? Your father. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. After all, he was born from his mother's womb. I am an over-god, born of the light. He took a step back, clearly not intending to accept Jing Qi. Besides, I came here to spread the gospel. Before the living beings of this world return to the embrace of light, I will not leave. So you want to stay here for a long time? Lone Moon sneered. The god of light glanced at him with an expression of bestowing grace. I grant you the honor of serving me. Lone Moon was so angry that he almost laughed. This was the first time he had seen someone speak shamelessly in such a fresh and refined way. Chef! Teach him a lesson. With a swoosh, I Ching took out a kitchen knife and said seriously, I only want the wings. With that said, he walked over. The stupid god's face turned pale, and his arrogant expression crumbled. He took a step back subconsciously. Wait, what do you want? You will be punished for being disrespectful to the gods. Stop. I Ching turned a deaf ear to him and pressed him to the ground with a wave of sword chi. He picked up his wings with one hand. Yes, there were two of them, one was roasted and the other was fried. Just right. Seeing that the other party's sword was about to fall, the Chinibu god screamed, I'll tell you. I'll talk. I'll talk, okay. Chef. I Ching finally let go, a look of pity on his face. He had only plucked half of the wing's feathers. The Chinibu god crawled up from the ground. His arrogant expression was now pitiful as he hugged his half-bald wings and curled into a ball. I did feel the summoning, and I also sensed the aura of the spring of life. That's why I came over. He explained in a low voice, the spring of life gives birth to all living things, but the spring of life in our world suddenly disappeared. If this goes on, no one will be born in our world, so... You're here for the spring. Lone Moon thought of the spring of pregnancy. Yes. He nodded weakly. The spring of life is the source of a world. Unless I find it, even if you eat me, I will not leave. Lone Moon and Shining exchanged a look. Shining then took out the cube containing the golden spring water. You mean this? The spring of life. The Chinibu god's eyes lit up. He was so excited that he wanted to rush over, but he glanced at I Ching, who was holding a knife, and shrank back weakly. His eyes, however, were fixed on the box in Shenying's hands. Shenying waved her hand in the air. Instantly, the air twisted and a white passageway appeared. They could faintly see a golden building inside, filled with the aura of a Chinibu. Here. She tossed the box containing the spring water to him. This is for you. Go back. Don't come any closer. For the sake of your IQ. The Chinibu god paused. He looked at the spring of life in his hands, then at Shenying. You're really giving it to me? Yes. Shenying nodded. The Chinibu god still looked incredulous. All right. Go back once you find it. Lone Moon pulled Jing Qi up from the ground and pushed him towards the plain passageway. He conjured a seal and condensed Jing Qi's soul into a ball of light. He shoved it to him. Take care of your believer. The Chinibu god, who had obtained the spring of life so easily, was confused. He did not expect them to be so easy to talk to. They had just threatened to eat his wings. He felt a warmth in his heart. He looked at the three of them, then at the spring water in his hands. His eyes were filled with gratitude. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. After a while, he took a deep breath and said seriously, I've decided to bless you. Be grateful, stupid, Get lost. Before he could finish, Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He kicked him into the door. MDZZ. Chapter 351. In the next moment, a white light flashed and the figure disappeared. The plane passage closed up and the sky returned to normal. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Shining. According to what he said just now, why do I feel that Jing Qi and this stupid god came here by accident and did not invade this plane of their own accord? Indeed not. Shining nodded and turned to sit back down. She picked up the fruit on the table and took a bite. Then what's going on? Lone Moon asked. Don't they have to get your permission before they can enter the plane? Just like the pass that Shen Jing gave them back then. Otherwise, if they forced their way in, they would definitely be repelled by the plane, just like how Chef lost half his life. But of the two people just now, Jing Qi was a soul, and the stupid god was able to come here without any obstruction at all. At first, he thought it was because he was a manager and was very powerful. But that weak manager could not even beat Chef. Obviously, he did not have the ability to resist the power of the plane. Then how did he come here safely? Lone Moon could not figure it out. Was the plane repelling a holiday today? Maybe he did not even pass through the plane door. Shining said. Lone Moon paused and even I Ching looked over. What do you mean? Shining finished the fruit in her hand and turned to the two. There seems to be a loophole in our plane. I Ching, Lone Moon, the two of them were stunned. Before they could understand what she meant, the ground under their feet suddenly shook. Not far away, there was a loud boom that spread through the entire sky palace. Suddenly, there seemed to be some huge energy sweeping over from afar. Even the immortal qi around them seemed to be much thicker. The three of them were shocked. They hurried out of the hall and released their divine perception. They could faintly see a pillar of light in the distance. It was so bright that it was blinding. What was that? That direction is the demon world. I Ching's eyes widened. Lone Moon was stunned too. The immortal qi in that pillar of light was shocking. How could there be such thick immortal qi in the demon world? Sect Master, Elder. Just as they were thinking, Yu Hong suddenly rushed in and looked at them anxiously. Something happened to Little Black. Lone Moon was shocked. What happened to him again? I don't know either. Yu Hong became even more anxious. She didn't know how to describe it. Bring us there. Yes. Yu Hong then turned around and led the three of them to the side hall at the back. As soon as the three of them entered the room, they saw Xiao He lying on the bed with a pained expression. His face was pale and his body was covered in sweat, as if he was suffering from great pain. More importantly, there were traces of black smoke-like gas continuously drifting out from his body. Lone Moon directly went forward to check, and his expression became even more shocked. The demonic qi on his body is dissipating. Even his cultivation was unstable. What just happened? Yu Hong shook her head. No, we haven't left since Elder I Ching sent us back. Lone Moon frowned. Little Black was a demon. He could not tell what was going on. Go get Boss Lan. Just as she was about to ask her to call Lan Hua over, Siyu suddenly rushed in. Sect Master, this is bad. Celestial Emperor Lan Hua. Before Siyu could finish speaking, she saw Little Black in the room and was stunned. Why is he also? Something happened to Lan Hua as well. Lone Moon asked. Siyu nodded. He suddenly collapsed in the middle of refining pills. What a coincidence. Something happened to both of them at the same time. The few of them hurried to Boss Lan's room. Lone Moon checked his meridians and found that he was in the same situation as Little Black. The demonic qi in his body was dissipating for some unknown reason. In fact, it was more serious than Little Black's. Lone Moon could not figure out what was going on. He could only seal the two of them with an array to prevent the demonic chi from dissipating. What happened? Why did something happen to them? Where are the 10 sky fiends waiting in the guest hall? I Ching suddenly turned to look at Yu Hong. Go and see if anything happened to them. Yu Hong hesitated. I'll go right now. She hurriedly turned and ran out. A moment later, she flew back. Elder I Ching, those sky fiends are in the same state as them. They suddenly collapsed. We've already sent disciples to look after them. In other words, only the demons are in trouble. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He exchanged a look with I Ching. Could it be the effect of that pillar of light just now? That pillar of light could restrain demons. Look after them. Lone Moon instructed. He turned to Shining and I Ching. Let's go to the demon world to take a look. The three of them mounted their swords and flew in the direction of the demon world. In a short while, they arrived at the edge of the demon world. The demon world, which was originally filled with demonic chi, was now as bright as day. Right in the center of the demon world, an eye-catching pillar of light shot up into the sky. The white light shone across the entire demon world. Everywhere it went, the demonic chi dissipated. The pillar of light was like a purifier, purifying all the demonic chi in the demon world. The strange thing was, apart from the demonic chi, it did not affect the immortals at all. Lone Moon could even feel the immortal chi in the pillar of light. Just as they guessed, along the way, they saw many demons like Lan Hua and Little Black. They were all lying on the ground in pain. There was no exception. Especially those demons with low cultivation levels. They did not even have a complete physical body. Once the demonic chi dissipated, even their bodies began to dissipate. If this continued, the entire demon race would probably disappear in the light. Lone Moon's heart sank. He sped up and flew to the side of the pillar of light. Only then did he realize that the position of the pillar of light was actually Little Black's demonic palace. The entire demonic palace was lit up by a huge array. The array was very strange. It was layered, as if it was made up of tens of different arrays. The golden talismans surrounding it were also very complicated. They could not understand what they meant. Chef, can you tell what array this is? I Ching shook his head. I've never seen it before. Then, he directly summoned an immortal sword. No matter what array it is, let's break it first. With that said, he waved the sword in his hand. Instantly, thousands of sword chi appeared and attacked the array. Lone Moon also summoned his immortal sword and cooperated with Chef to attack the array. Although he did not know who set up the array and what the purpose of doing this was, if this continued, the entire demon world would really be finished. In a moment, the densely packed sword light attacked the array. The strange thing was that there was no reaction at all. Whether it was the sword chi or the immortal chi, they directly passed through the array. They only destroyed the demonic palace below, and did not affect the array at all. Instead, the light in the pillar of light seemed to become even brighter. This pillar of light can absorb immortal chi. Lone Moon reacted. Attacks using immortal chi are useless against it. Chapter 352. I Ching reacted as well. He changed the sword technique in his hand, and a strand of blue god power wrapped around the immortal sword in his hand. He directly released his sword intent to form a huge dragon that flashed with blue light. He waved his hand, and the huge dragon charged straight towards the layers of array formations. In the next moment, there was a few cracking sounds, and the array broke apart. Even the pillar of light dimmed, and became many times smaller than before. It works. Lone Moon was delighted. He adjusted his cultivation level to the divine level, and used his god power to form sword chi. He attacked again. The array below was collapsing even faster. In less than half an hour, the array had completely collapsed. The pillar of light in the middle was gone, and the thick immortal chi in the surroundings also disappeared. Lone Moon heaved a sigh of relief. He was about to check on the other demons when I Ching suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the ground!" He looked down, and saw that the ground where the pillar of light had disappeared, suddenly, as if there was an earthquake. A huge white crack appeared, and the entire demon palace collapsed. The crack became wider and wider, spreading in all directions like a spider web, as if it was going to tear the entire demon world apart. "What is this?" Lone Moon was shocked. He could feel a huge suction coming from the white crack. It did not look like a crack in the ground at all. It was like space was being torn apart. Plain crack. Shining, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "What?" Lone Moon was shocked. Shining directly pulled out a light screen, and as she scrolled through the data on it, she said, "This plane has cracked open. But the crack is not big. At most, it will swallow the entire demon world. You call this not big, huh? No wonder the array just now was broken so easily. So this was the trap. How do we deal with this thing?" Lone Moon asked. "You should know, right? Just patch it up." "Nonsense, I'm asking how to patch it up. I think I have tools." "Wait." Shining dug into the storage bag beside her and took out something. She handed it to the two of them, one in each hand. "Use this to patch it up." Lone Moon looked down, and saw that there was a square piece of cloth in his hand. There was even a drawing of little grass on it, a band-aid. Flip's table, to hell with the band-aid. It's such a big crack and you want me to use this? "Wait, chef, where are you going?" Before he could complain, I Ching had already taken the band-aid and flew down without hesitation. "Holy shit, you're really..." He was about to stop him when he saw a beam of light fly out from Chef's hand. His vision blurred, and a huge band-aid that spanned across the entire demon palace appeared before his eyes. It immediately covered the crack on the ground and sealed half of it in an instant. "Lone Moon, is this AF * King Band-Aid?" "This is XXXXXNL, right? Father Nyo." I Ching turned back and urged him. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He took the band-aid and flew to the other side of the crack. Indeed, the next moment, the other band-aid in his hand flew out. It grew bigger instantly and covered the other part of the largest crack. In less than a quarter of an hour, the white cracks on the ground disappeared. Even the smaller cracks in the surroundings slowly closed up. The white light slowly disappeared, and the ground returned to its original state. "Lone Moon, it's done," Shining said. "What exactly is that band-aid? Why can it become so big?" Father Nyo glared at her. "It's not a band-aid." Shining tilted her head. "Then what is it?" "A plane restorer," Shining answered. After some thought, she added, "My older sister gave it to me." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" I thought. You dare to say that I know. Believe it or not, you won't be able to eat from tomorrow onwards." Lone Moon glared at her. Father Nyo was so fierce. After that strange beam of light disappeared, all the demons recovered. Although they lost their demonic chi and their cultivation level regressed, their lives were not in danger. Yu Hong had also sent a message that Lon Hua and Little Black had recovered. Lone Moon walked a few rounds around the destroyed demon palace. He did not find out how the array that could open the plane crack appeared. That thing seemed to appear out of thin air. There was no aura of an array nearby at all. "Chef, did you see anything?" He turned to look at Yi Qing. He was most sensitive to auras. "There's nothing here except the immortal qi that hasn't dissipated." Yi Qing shook his head and frowned. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at his wristband and asked Shining, "Master, is the plane crack just now a plane crisis?" Shining looked at him and nodded. "Yes. But, why isn't there an alarm?" He pointed at the wristband on his hand. "Oh right." Lone Moon also thought of this problem. He looked at his hand. There was an alarm when Chinibyu came over. Now that the beam of light was so obvious, why didn't it sound? Is this alarm broken? The plane alarm can only provide an immediate warning. Shining said. It's something that happens after we take over the plane. In the future, Qing was shocked. His eyes widened. "Master, are you saying that this plane crack might have existed a long time ago?" Shining nodded. "But we just saw it crack." Lone Moon looked confused. "What's more, such a big crack, who could hide it? This is the demon world. How could so many demons not notice it? Could it be?" He stopped mid-sentence, exchanged a look with Yi Qing, and said in unison. "God Fiend." Such a plane crisis could only be remedied by the manager. If this crack had existed a long time ago, then the only ones who could hide it temporarily were the three ancient gods. The demon world was the God Fiend's territory. He could not ignore it. That was why no one in the demon world had noticed it for so many years. The only possibility was that the God Fiend had hidden it himself. Speaking of which, such a big thing happened in the demon world. Why didn't the God Fiend come to greet them? The last time Jing Qi invaded, he hurriedly came to call for help. Why was there no movement this time? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He drew a line in the air and opened the entrance to the God Fiend's divine realm. "Let's go ask him what's going on." Instantly, an entrance appeared in the air. The three of them walked in. They thought they would see the familiar blue sea and blue sky, but they only felt their vision go black. The next moment, they were already in darkness. Yi Qing subconsciously summoned a ball of fire. But he could only see water flowing around him. With a thought, the fire turned into a fireball. It rose into the air and lit up the entire space. Chapter 353. Only then did the three of them see clearly that the entire divine realm had turned into a gray area. It was as if the colors had suddenly been removed, leaving only the two colors of black and white. The originally blue sky above their heads was now like broken glass, cracking and disappearing inch by inch. The originally vast divine realm was now reduced to a radius of a few miles. The rest had turned into nothingness. What's going on? Lone Moon looked at the scene in front of him in shock. This place is about to collapse. Yi Qing stepped forward and released his divine perception. He carefully sensed the aura around him before turning back. The God Fiend is not here. This was the God Fiend's divine realm. It was like his personal mystic realm. Nothing could go wrong easily, unless something happened to him. This divine realm is connected to the demon world. If it continues to collapse, it will definitely affect the demon world. Yi Qing reminded him. He turned to Lone Moon and said, "I'll go to the right side and set up a 5 elements array." Lone Moon reacted and nodded. "All right, I'll set up the array here." The 5 elements array could draw in the chi of the 5 elements. This array was needed to open up a mystic realm. It was the only way to stabilize a mystic realm. The two of them cast their spells at the same time. For a moment, a large white light of the array lit up. The rapidly dissipating scene slowly slowed down. But there was a series of crisp cracking sounds in the sky. The cracks became more and more serious. This was the God-Fiend's divine realm after all. It did not match the aura of I Ching and Lone Moon. They injected their power into it, but it accelerated the collapse. It's going to collapse. Shining looked up at the sky that was broken like a spider web. Collapse your ass. Help. Lone Moon glared at her. He had no idea what to do. Shining tilted her head and looked at her own hands. With a twist of her hands, she made a hand seal that was exactly the same as the others. For a moment, Lone Moon felt something rushing towards him. A golden array appeared under Shinying's feet. In an instant, it spread to the entire divine realm. Wherever it passed, the space that had been faintly fragmented was instantly renewed as if it had been changed into a new picture. Even the originally blue sea and blue sky had transformed into a lush, vibrant green land. The god's domain felt even larger than before. Holy shit! Lone Moon stared at everything in front of him in shock. He turned to Shining. You know the 5 elements array. No way. Then just now you. Did she think he was blind? That was obviously a 5 elements formation, and it was the ultimate enhanced version. Oh, I just learned it from you. Just now. Did it have to be so fast? Didn't you say you needed my help? Motherf asterisk cur. Your podium. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Chef had already flown back, looking confused. Master. Why do I feel that there's no God-Fiend aura in this divine realm? Oh, I might have accidentally covered it. What do you mean? Lone Moon asked. It means. Shining pondered for a moment before answering, it means that the ownership of the land has been transferred. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. So, now this place is, my god domain. Lone Moon, I Ching, are you sure you're here to help and not to demolish? The demonic god will cry when he returns, he definitely will. The matter has been resolved. Shining scanned the scene and clapped her hands. Shall we go home for dinner? Yes, master. Chef immediately opened the exit to the rear hall of Invincible Sect. What? Hey. Lone Moon pointed in front of him. Leaving just like that? What about the God-Fiend? It's obvious that something happened to him, right? Master and I Ching exchanged a look and tilted their heads at the same time. And then of course we have to think of a way to save. Lone Moon paused and his mouth twitched. As if recalling something, he cursed under his breath, shit. The anxious expression on his face softened. He turned and was the first to walk out. Home for dinner. The moment he thought that the one who suffered was the God-Fiend, he instantly felt no pressure at all. The 3 of them did not feel anything. They even wanted to give the kidnappers a thumbs up. Chef, let's add 2 more dishes to celebrate tonight. We can add more dishes, but we don't have enough ingredients. Double the food allowance this month. Yes, Father Nyo, no problem Father Nyo. Regarding the Pillar of Light, Lone Moon initially guessed that it could be the work of the immortals who hated the demonic world. It was obvious that they were aiming to wipe out the demonic world in one fell swoop. But the plane crack that appeared later made him suspicious again. And the relationship between the immortals and the demonic world now was more harmonious than he had imagined. They even saw many immortals in the demonic world just now. Most of them were helping the injured demons, and not killing them all. Especially that special immortal chi. He had never seen immortal chi that was even richer than god power. According to Shining, that plane crack had existed before they took over the plane, and the one who temporarily sealed it could be the God-Fiend. Lone Moon finally understood what Shen Jing meant when she said that there were still many traps waiting for them in the plane they took over. This was obviously a trap. Now that the god fiend was gone, the only possibility was, what plane crack? Meng Pa, who was suddenly pulled over, was stunned. Her face was blank. You don't know. Lone Moon was shocked. I don't know. Meng Pa shook her head. The god fiend never tells me anything. And the demonic world was created by the god fiend. I don't go there often. The god fiend is gone. Do you know that? Lone Moon asked. What? Meng Po was shocked. When? We don't know the details, but the divine realm has been destroyed. Lone Moon continued. Didn't you go back to take a look? No, I broke off all ties with him the last time. She seemed to have thought of something and snorted. Although the god fiend is in charge of order, we have the sect master now. It doesn't matter whether he's around or not. Meng Po's nervousness lasted for 0.1 seconds. She waved her hand, not caring at all. Instead, she turned around excitedly and took out a bag. Looking at Shening, she said, Sect Master, I found many delicious things in the lower realm this time. Do you want to try them? She then took out a bunch of vegetables and fruits from the bag. Lone Moon, Qing, Shening, they were the three ancient gods after all. What happened to the love between colleagues? All right, we got it. Seeing that she was taking out more and more things, looking like she wanted to fill up the whole yard, Lone Moon had to stop her. Go back to the underworld first. We will continue investigating the matter in the demonic world. Oh. She nodded, but did not leave. Is there anything else? Lone Moon asked. She looked at Shening and said hesitantly, Sect Master, before I go back, can I go see Master Qingyu? She had not seen her for a long time. Shening was stunned. After a while, she nodded. Yes. Thank you, Sect Master. Her expression lit up. Then, as if relieved, she turned and flew towards the side hall. Even Mengpa doesn't know. Who on earth wants to destroy the demonic world? Lone Moon sighed. He could not figure it out. Where did the special immortal chi come from? Why don't we ask the one who snatched the dowry? Shening suddenly said. Snatch the dowry. Lone Moon was stunned. You mean that new demon king? Only then did he remember the person in the dungeon. Could it be that this has something to do with him? He thought of the purple chi and turned to walk towards the dungeon. After a few steps, he turned back and pulled Chef and Shening. Let's go together. Don't even think of slacking off. The three of them flew all the way to the dungeon. Before they got close, Lone Moon felt the faint aura of an array. His heart tightened. They rushed in. Indeed, the person inside was gone. In the next moment, Lone Moon felt his hand go numb. The three of their wristbands suddenly made a series of beeping sounds, one after another. Almost instantly, a huge light screen marked with exclamation marks appeared in front of them, filling up their entire vision. The three of them, this is a plain warning. For a moment, the three of them seemed to hear the sound of a deep pit approaching. Chapter 354. What's going on? Lone Moon looked at the alarms that popped up all around them. There were almost 100 of them. Why are there so many? Return to the divine realm. Shening said in a low voice and tapped on her wristband. Lone Moon felt his vision blur. In the blink of an eye, they had already returned to a vast and boundless space. But it was different from the green mountains and clear waters just now. The divine realm now was like a starry sky. The surroundings were dark and a large number of stars appeared in front of them, like the Milky Way. This is the divine realm. Lone Moon was shocked. Why was it different from just now? Oh, this is studio mode. Shining said casually. The divine realm was divided into modes. So you not only occupied the God-Fiend's territory, but also renovated it. Oh, Shining directly brought up a light screen. He did not know what she did. Instantly, the stars in front of them grew bigger and bigger. In a short while, they became translucent light beads the size of rubber balls. They surrounded the surroundings. On them, one could faintly see the shadows of mountains, seas, and lakes. These are the 3,000 realms. Lone Moon was shocked. He went forward to take a closer look. Indeed, every light ball was the scene of a world. Could it be that this starry sky was the main body of the entire plane? Shining directly drew 2 lines on the light screen. Those light balls instantly disappeared by more than half. Only a few flashing red lights were left. Master, are these the lower realms that just sounded the alarm? I Ching glanced at those light balls in front of him. Shining nodded. So many. Lone Moon glanced at those remaining light balls. There were at least a few hundred of them. Looking closely, on those balls, one could faintly see the shadows of white cracks. These lower realms all have plain cracks. More than 90%. Shining answered. There were still some unknown reasons. Lone Moon's brows instantly furrowed into a dead knot. How much time do we have? Not necessarily. Shining operated the light screen. A row of data flashed in front of her eyes. After a while, she pointed to a light ball and said, for example, this one will collapse in half an hour. So fast. Lone Moon was shocked. Then we have to fix it as soon as possible. Oh right, your Band-Aid. Pooey, plane repairer. Do you still have it? I do. Shining took out a bunch of Band-Aids. But there's no need to rush. There's no hurry. Lone Moon continued. If this goes on, the 3,000 realms will collapse. Now is not the time to be lazy. Lone Moon said with a serious face. Actually, let's split up. You go for the dozens of chefs on the left, Shining on the right, and leave the rest to me. Father Nyo, there's no room for discussion. I'll go to the one that's collapsing the fastest. Without waiting for her reply, he tore through the void and went to the one that was collapsing the fastest. Shining. As long as you're happy. I Ching stepped forward and looked at Shining calmly. Master, do you have any instructions? Shining glanced in the direction where Father Nyo had disappeared inside. Chef, call Radish over. Yes, Master. At this time, Lone Moon had already reached the lower realm. He turned his head and looked around. This was a mortal world, and the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was almost non-existent. That was why the plane crack here was the most serious. Different from the plane crack in the demon world, the one in the lower realm appeared in the sky. When Lone Moon arrived, he saw that the entire sky had already split in half. The originally clear sky seemed to have been torn apart, and a huge crack stretched across the entire sky. In the middle of the crack, all kinds of strange auras kept surging in, with a threatening aura. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into nothingness, and the ground shook as if it was about to collapse. Lone Moon's heart tightened, and he directly threw the plane repairer in his hand out. He saw that the Band-Aid instantly became bigger, and directly flew towards the crack in the sky. In an instant, it covered more than half of it. But that crack was really too big. Not long after the repairer stuck on it, it seemed to be about to break free, and a crack even appeared directly from the edge. Could a repairer not be able to repair it directly? Lone Moon's heart tightened, and he hurriedly threw out 2 more, covering the thin flap next to it. But the cracks in other places were increasing. He had no choice but to throw a few more before completely sealing the plane crack. The surrounding shaking stopped, the patch-like band-aid in the sky slowly merged with the plane, and in a short while, it became a clear sky again. Lone Moon then heaved a sigh of relief, and looked at the remaining 2 plane repairers in his hand. Fortunately, Shining had given him more, otherwise he might not have been able to seal this crack. Thinking about it, there were still hundreds of such cracks, and his heart instantly sank. He didn't know if the repairer in Shen Ying's hands was enough, so he turned and directly returned to the divine realm. Shen Ying's repairer. Before he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and his face instantly darkened. He thought that he would return to that starry sky, but in front of him was a stretch of green mountains and clear waters. The light ball of the 3,000 worlds had disappeared, and in its place was a wide grassland, and on the grassland, there was a huge western dragon propped up high. There were even a few excited discussions in front. "Chef, is the whole roasted dragon really delicious?" "I tested it before. This pseudo-dragon meat after roasting is oily but not greasy. It is extremely tender. Master will definitely like it. But the skin is so thick, can it be roasted well?" "Don't worry, Master, I will roast it with the true phoenix fire. Every part will be evenly heated, it will definitely be thoroughly cooked. Don't do it fully cooked, 70% will do, the taste will be better." "Yes, Master, no problem, Master." Lone Moon, he faintly felt something in his mind snap, and suddenly had an urge to publish a newspaper to break off all relations. He took a few deep breaths, and said in a deep voice, "What are you guys doing? I am exhausted, and you guys are actually barbecue here. Could this plane still have fun?" A degree. Only then did the 2 realize that the person who had left and returned, Shining, waved a hand in greeting. "Hey, Father Nyo." She pointed to the huge dragon in front of them and said, "Want a piece?" "Come your ass." Lone Moon was a little mad. "You guys are still in the mood to roast meat, what about those plane alarms? Do you know that the lower realm is about to collapse? Is this the time to eat the whole dragon?" "I know." Shining tilted her head. "I know, but you guys are still here roasting meat. Who exactly is the manager here, hey?" "Radish is already mending." Shining pointed to the front. "Radish?" The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. When did Radish know how to repair plane cracks? You guys are freaking kidding me. Chapter 355. Lone Moon looked around and realized that not far away, there was an isolation array. He turned and walked over, lifting his hand to remove a corner of the array. Instantly, the scene in front of him was like a curtain being lifted, a corner fell, revealing the familiar half of the starry sky behind, and standing in the starry sky, a naked figure. As if sensing movement behind him, Radish, who was lifting his shirt, turned around subconsciously. Lone Moon only saw the 2 white lumps on his butt turn away, revealing the indescribable scene in front of him. "Hey, annoying guy, you're back." Radish, who had finally transformed into human form with much difficulty, called out and was about to walk over. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. With lightning speed, he covered the isolation array in his hand with a whoosh. He also added a few more layers of isolation arrays on top of it to cover this unsightly scene. Then, with a dark expression, he walked back. What is Radish doing? Playing hooligan in front of the 3,000 worlds. Shining took the roasted meat that Chef handed over and replied matter-of-factly, "Blooming. Wasn't that obvious?" "Nonsense. Of course I know he's blooming. Radish only knew how to play hooligan. Why is he blooming?" "To repair the plane." Shining answered as she chewed on the meat. "Repair?" Lone Moon was stunned. What do you mean? When did Radish have such an ability? What Master means is that there are too many worlds that had problems this time. It would be too late to repair them one by one. I Ching at the side then explained, so Master attached the data of plane repair to Radish. Radish is a 1,000 leaves vegetation spirit. It can communicate with all plants. Its flowers can be accurately transmitted from here to every crack in the 3,000 worlds. So we let Radish bloom here, and then send the dandelions to those planes with plane cracks, directly to repair the plane in batches. There was such a method. Why didn't you say so earlier? Making him go down to the lower realm. Master didn't finish and you already left. You ran too fast, blame us. Motherf ***. Shening nodded and wiped the oil off her mouth. Chef, give me another piece. Yes, Master. Father no, you really don't want one. Get lost. Radish's sewing repair method was indeed useful. Soon, Lone Moon saw the warning on the wristband dimming one by one. In less than half an hour, there were only 2 or 3 notifications left. Radish also walked out of the isolation array. Little Missy, I've finished blooming. I even left the biggest one for you. After saying that, it raised a dandelion that was the size of a hydrangea flower and rushed over. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He stopped the man in his tracks and conjured a set of clothes, which he threw at him. Put your pants on. Tisk. Radish's face was full of unwillingness. Under Lone Moon's murderous gaze, it slowly put on its pants. He raised the dandelion in his hand and ran toward Shening. Little Missy, look, this is the biggest one. Shening, who had finally finished the roasted meat, turned to look at him and replied slowly, I don't want it. She was shedding her fur. The Radish's enthusiasm was extinguished in an instant. The whole Radish wilted. Big sister, sad, aggrieved, upset, seeing that she had no intention of accepting it at all, it took it back and turned back to its Radish form. It picked up the pants that had fallen and threw it to Lone Moon. It must be that the pants did not look good, which caused it to give flowers in the wrong way. Little Missy did not accept it, definitely. Pooey. It was all the fault of the annoying ghost. He snorted at Lone Moon, then habitually climbed onto his leg and continued to be a pendant. Shening, do you see what's going on this time? Lone Moon did not care about Radish and looked directly at Shening. The sudden appearance of so many plane cracks was not normal no matter how he looked at it. How did these cracks come about? Under normal circumstances, only plane storms and plane invasions will cause cracks. Shening gestured for Chef to put away the unfinished roasted meat. With a tap of her hand, the grass under her feet disappeared instantly and the surroundings changed back to the starry sky. Only this time, there were more star-like light balls floating in the air. Plane invasion. Lone Moon frowned. But there was no notification of an intruder just now. Indeed there wasn't. Shening said, so these cracks are the same as the one in the demon world. Demon world. Lone Moon and I Ching were both shocked. I Ching directly went forward and asked, Master is saying that these cracks also existed a long time ago. They were just covered up by something previously. Shening nodded. She thought for a moment and added, when I was patching up this divine realm, I upgraded your sensors. That was why they could detect so many cracks at once. So, these were all pits left behind by the plane. But, if these cracks existed before, why were they fine before? But now they all exploded together. Lone Moon frowned. This was too much of a coincidence, and it happened when the God Fiend was missing. Could it be that array formation? He suddenly thought of the light pillar in the demon world. It seemed that the plane cracks only appeared after that thing appeared. The immortal chi in that array formation is special. I Ching also nodded and said, I have never seen immortal chi like that, unless it was originally not something from this plane. Lone Moon continued. With that thought, he connected the dots. It was that array formation and immortal chi that broke the plane. You're half right. Shining tilted her head and directly opened a light screen. She pointed to the data on it and said, but that array formation is not used to break the plane, but to repair it. What? The two of them were stunned. What do you mean? She reached out and tapped on the light screen. Instantly, an array diagram that was exactly the same as the one on the Demon Palace appeared in front of the few of them. In this array formation, there are spatial laws. It cannot completely repair the plane cracks, but it can temporarily stabilize them. It is the same for other realms. Lone Moon was stunned. That meant that there was actually such an array above every crack. No wonder when he and Chef destroyed the array formation, that crack suddenly appeared. So that array formation was used to plug the gap. Could it be that because Chef and I destroyed that array, the lower realm also collapsed? He frowned. No. Shining shook her head. She turned around and took out a fruit from Chef's pocket. As she nibbled on it, she said, the array at each crack is independent. The one in the demon world only sealed that one crack. And that array has been modified. Then what happened to those in the lower realm? Lone Moon asked anxiously. No wonder someone destroyed all those arrays at the same time. Not destroyed. Shen Ying's hand paused. She glanced at him and said, it's taken back. What did that mean? Chapter 356. Lone Moon was stunned. I Ching, who was beside him, nodded in understanding. Master is right. No one can destroy so many arrays at once. Only the person who set up the arrays can retract them at any time. That meant it was the person who set up the arrays that caused so many cracks to appear at the same time. The person who set up the arrays. His heart sank. Could it be the God Fiend? But thinking about it carefully, it was impossible. It was not just him. I Ching did not fight with the God Fiend for nothing. He understood the God Fiend's aura the best. The special immortal chi on the arrays could not be the God Fiend's. And he was the ancient god of creation. He had racked his brains to get Shining to come here. Why would he find trouble for himself? Lone Moon's mind came up with a dramatic story. Even if the person who set up the arrays was not the God Fiend, he was definitely closely related to him. In other words, before Shining took over this plane, the God Fiend asked that person to temporarily seal the plane cracks. But now, he had retracted the array and didn't even bother to greet them. Could it be that he fell out with the God Fiend? And just by looking at the number of cracks, it was obvious that this plane had long been pierced into a sieve. Who knew how much trouble there would be? The more Lone Moon thought about it, the more his head hurt. Shen Jing was right. This plane was a huge F***king trap. What should they do now? They did not even know who set up the arrays. Who knew what other tricks the other party had up his sleeves? Master. I Ching suddenly thought of something. Can you trace the source of the special immortal chi on the arrays? Lone Moon's eyes brightened. Indeed, if they knew where the immortal chi came from, they would definitely be able to find out who set up the arrays. Let me try. She quickly finished the fruit in her hand and tapped on the light screen in front of her. After a while, she stopped. Nothing. The two's expressions darkened. Indeed, they could not find it. But we can trace this. Shining suddenly took out a transparent box filled with purple gas. This is the purple gas that the new Demon King wants to snatch. The two were stunned and immediately reacted. That's right. Shining said that the array in the demon palace had been modified. That was why the light beam that almost wiped out the demons appeared. It was obvious that the person who had altered the array was the new demon king who had disguised himself as a demon. And the person who could change the formation must be someone very familiar with the formation. He definitely knew who had set up the formation to seal the plane crack. What's more, the other party's target was the unknown purple chi in Shenying's hands. In other words, he would definitely appear in a place with this purple aura. Shenying opened her hand and the box containing the purple chi flew up. Wisps of chi floated out of it and floated towards the 3,000 worlds light ball. However, there was no reaction from the 3,000 worlds. In less than a moment, the purple gas returned to the box. No! Lone Moon was shocked. How was that possible? Shining pointed to where the box was. Chef, what is that place? I Ching looked in the direction she was pointing. He took a closer look and said, those on the left should be mortal realms, and those on the right should be immortal realms. What about the middle? The middle. I Ching was stunned. He looked at the pitch-black space in the middle. Master, that's the void between the immortal realm and the mortal realm. There's nothing. Before he could finish, Shining suddenly waved her hand. Immediately, the 3,000 worlds enlarged in front of them. It was especially so for the void that he had just mentioned. In the next moment, a pitch-black ball appeared in the middle. This is... Lone Moon and I Ching were shocked. They took a closer look and realized that the bead was covered with a layer of black chi. It blended into the darkness around it. This was a hidden realm. It's demonic chi. Lone Moon immediately conjured a seal. In an instant, the black chi on the light ball dissipated completely, revealing a complete light ball. And in the box containing the purple chi just now, a wisp of purple chi pointed towards that realm. Which realm is this? The two of them looked confused. They never knew that there was another hidden realm between the mortal realm and the immortal realm. And the layer of demonic chi that covered the realm just now obviously belonged to the god fiend. Why did he hide this realm? No matter where this is. It must have something to do with the person who broke the array. I Ching said in a low voice. We'll know once we go in. Lone Moon nodded. Let's go in and find that person first. With that said, he waved his hand in the air and was about to enter that realm. Wait a minute. Shining suddenly tugged at him. What's the matter? I just wanted to say something first. Shining gave him a look that said, I'll make it clear this time, so that he wouldn't have to deduct my food expenses. This realm has disconnected from the plane. Lone Moon, I Ching, what? What do you mean disconnected? Lone Moon stepped forward and asked. To put it simply, this realm is independent. Shining thought for a moment and added, in the words of this plane, it is no longer under the heavenly Tao. Ha! Lone Moon was stunned. Isn't this one of the 3,000 worlds? How could it not be under the heavenly Tao? He paused and suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened. Don't tell me this realm is also from another plane. No. He heaved a sigh of relief. Then why is it disconnected? Are planes allowed to be independent? In theory, it's not allowed. She shook her head. But this plane is different. Lone Moon understood instantly. This plane was a sieve. Master is worried that our powers might be restricted after entering this world. I Ching asked. Shining nodded. Never mind. Lone Moon clenched his fists. Let's go first. Even if they couldn't find the person who set up the array, they could find the god fiend and beat him up first. Father Nyo, all the best. Shining hurriedly waved. The figure who was about to fly into that realm paused and turned to the two people behind him who had nothing to do with him. He shouted, "The two of you, die too. We're going to. Bullsh *T. Whose plane was this, hey? So troublesome, shut up." Lone Moon only saw a white light flash in front of him. The next moment, he was already on a narrow path. He subconsciously sensed the aura around him and was surprised to find that the air was actually filled with immortal chi and not spirit chi. But compared to the immortal realm, the immortal chi here was obviously much thinner. Could this be the effect of disconnecting from the plane? "Shining, look for." He turned and was about to remind Shining to take out that ball of purple chi from before and look for clues, but only felt that there was no one beside him. "Ha! Where is she?" There was no one beside him. Not only Shining, even Chef was gone. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.